You underestimated the sacrifice. I put it in a goddamn website in detail. The kids don't want to hear anything from us. I want to be prime minister. What are you doing? It's a sad commentary that we have to start covering people's faces up on these pictures. Because, like the slime balls that you are, you track them down with facial recognition and show up at their houses. It's a sad commentary, really. But this is part of the recent batch of the Hall of Fame inductees. 2 gals and 9 guys, plus there's a bunch of others that don't want me to even use the picture like this because they're afraid you'll find them. Bruce Whipple and the Verdiers in the 90s, I mistakenly even told them what the cities they lived in and shit, and both had to move from their homes. Bruce Whipple lived in a log cabin somewhere in the Vermont, Maine area. The Verdiers sold their gorgeous horse ranch outside Washington, D.C. in Maryland and lived somewhere in rural Georgia because of ewes, as they say in Texas. Because you think there's a special sauce. You think that, wrongfully, and we've had other people complain, even when I use the initials, I don't use the right initials anymore. Because you figure out, I don't know, there's a program or algorithm, I don't know. And you hunt them down like fucking dogs. And if it happened 1 time or 2 times or 3 times, hundreds of times, thousands of times, because you are desperate. And when I say, people come to me because of out of desperation or inspiration, you are just bloody desperate. And you're willing to do anything. If you put 1/10 of the effort in trying to hunt these people down into your own deal, you'd be rich. For the people that try to hunt down Josh Kim, and he was pretty easy to find, if you put 5% of all the time you spent trying to hunt the teenager down, first of all, you didn't think he was a teenager. Second of all, you didn't think he was Asian, because he's Korean. Third of all, you didn't think he was really 17. All the things you guys used to, I say you, I don't mean you, this group, but I mean, some of you may have been part of it, but I mean the devotees, so to speak. And you chased down, and bothered a lot of people. And not just my judgment, even the liberal fucks, which I don't get along with, think that that's invasion of privacy. And in Scotland, we have no privacy laws, or as they say, privacy laws here. We have no privacy laws. You've got a house, a ground floor like this, and let's say you have a master bedroom and in the back of your house, and the master bedroom connects onto a bath and a jacuzzi and shit like that. And your wife is, or your husband, not many people are voyeurs for guys, but your wife is in there taking a bath naked. And guys can come up to the window and you can't get rid of them. Literally. There's no trespass laws here. The only way you can get rid of, if you can ascertain in your mind that they are poaching, in other words, they're hunting, you can kill them dead. So you can kill dead a poacher, but you can't beat up a voyeur. And when, assuming I get elected to office, I'm going to put up for a lot of fucking change, because that law is fucked. And it dates back to, 13th century something. But these are the new inductees. And for some of you, I'm not the chairman of any one of them, because I know you think that I'm a magic sauce, the way you asked the question last night of John. I'm not. I do have people fail, rarely. Going from the top left to the right, South Africa Conglomerate. Next to him, Scotland Property. Next to him, Scotland Property. Next to him, IT Canada. Next to him, Hospitals Hungary. Dropping down, what do you call it? Gymnasiums or spas and gymnasiums in the United States. Next to them to the left with a purple kind of tie, IT United States. Next to him, Transportation Canada. Next to him, Conglomerate Singapore. Next to him, Property United States. On the bottom end, about $100 million bucks, like I said last night, 100 million pounds, which is about 120 or 30 million dollars. And on the top end, about 600 or 700 million. Top end. And the, all of which, except for the several hundred million is in 3 years and 4 months, 40 months. And all the rest, and there's one in there for 5 years, and there's one in there for 6 years. One of which is the Elephant Dinosaur hunter, which he's going to talk to us later on in the week. He's only done 3 deals in 7 years, several hundred million, 50 million, 106 million, and another one. He's only done 4, but they're elephants. Elephant hunting, even though I wouldn't shoot enough for myself, but elephant hunting, some of the kids do. And they're successful, but it's a different kettle of fish than the basic model that we're going to learn. The basic model, somebody in this group will fuck it up, but, 80 IQ can do the basic model. 80 IQ. I never had anyone measured. I offered measurements for a few seminars. Nobody wants to have their IQ measured. Normally, that is, because you're a minus intellect. Not always, but mostly. I've got 140 IQ. No big deal. There's a lot of people a lot higher IQ. And they stood me in a corner in a dunce cap and called me retarded as a kid. Last night we had John and Amber, and they're one of my favorites. There was a song out about 10 or 20 years ago, Material Girl. They are big into material shit. Diamonds, cars, sex, maybe not drugs, and rock and fucking roll. They are stars. They hang with stars, and they're not intimidated by wealth. That's the antithesis of the average, the meatheads that come through here. They're the antithesis. And they live in Orange County, just like there used to be a program on TV, The Women of Orange County or some shit like that. That's them. And he works like a dog. He works like a dog. The kids up here, the oldest is, I guess 45, 46-ish, yeah. No. The oldest is mid-50s. And the youngest up there is when he made 21 or 22. And one Asian, one black. The black guy's pretty obvious, I think, and one Mexican, 2 Scots, 1 Lithuanian, 1 Hungarian, 1 Colombian from South America, 1 Chinese Canadian, and 1 Aussie that has moved to Asia, and then 2 just redneck Americans. And we have people up there that represent virtually A to Z vis-a-vis industries. We've only got a few conglomerators, that's not a word, but that are building conglomerates. Because your board has to be bigger because you have to have industry experts. And once in a while you'll find a board member that has been in 5 or 6 industries. If you're a conglomerator, that's a blessing. Then you don't need 2 or 3 more board members. But most of the kids don't do conglomerates because you're too fucking cheap, because you have to give away equity to more people than you would if you just ran a straight deal. A straight deal. But I've got 4 or 5 conglomerators right now that just started out in the last 6 months after I made the announcement a number of weeks ago that he created several $100 million in 3 years. Everybody was interested. Everybody. He's lost his wife. And we'll go on to, in some detail. Almost everybody up there lost their significant other. And if you have a significant other, it's better if you don't, like I said last night. But if you do have one, and and you've written it down in your paperwork, after you said you've never achieved anything, your parents never achieved everything, the reason why you're not wealthy is because of you. Then you say, but my significant other is supportive. Now, everything on your paperwork says you're a moron. So why should I believe that when you ascertain that your significant other is supportive? Garbage in, garbage out. That's the only thing I know about computers. You can run the spreadsheets till the cows come home. If you don't change the motherfucking info, the data, it's the same answer. And I'm here to tell you they're not supportive. The first time you miss, for those of you, how many have kids? That's too bad. Okay. Do you have teenage kids? Oh, okay. Well, first time you miss your daughter's birthday, your history. First time you miss, be there. Valentine's Day and all those things, that are important to families. There was in the life of the seminar when I say the following: I have never bought a card, a gift, flowers, candy, written a love note. What are all the things you do for significant others? In my life. There was a German guy sitting right there, and I said, how many can relate to that? He raised his hand. Now, in 28 and a half, this was about a year and a half ago, so in 27 years, so obviously didn't believe him. But then, I hadn't met one-on-one with him yet. He was an Israeli guy from the military intelligence, Mossad. And then I believed him. I never texted anybody in my life, to the best of my knowledge. Now, I have tweets go up, my staff. I personally have never tweeted anybody or anything. I've never done any of those things. I carry 3 cell phones that I've had since the kids were little, because I wanted a toll-free number, an Asian toll-free number, a European toll-free number, and an American toll-free number so they could call me. You know how many times our children, have called me? 0. 39, 38, and 35 years old. I've had those numbers 30 years. I've had to change them a couple of times because AT&T bought out so-and-so, et cetera, Verizon, et cetera. Not one call. My children have to make an appointment to talk to me. I delegate everything except wiping my ass. And when I'm in Asia, I don't wipe my ass. I do nothing for myself. Literally nothing. I don't go to the market. I know how much a liter of milk costs, unlike the morons that are running around, the politicians. But I don't go, I don't stop. When we're driving to London, and we drove to London, our chauffeur security guy drove our big Rolls, and we stop, to get gasoline or snacks and shit. Now they have snacks with the gas. I forget what they call them. I don't do that. Either does Elon Musk. Either did Steve Jobs. Success leaves clues, kids. And I'm going to give you example after example after example of things done that you don't do. Occasionally, I can give you supportive information because they're trying to build their legacy now because of the iPhone. iPhone fucked all the big guys up because, you're on camera almost all the time now. So they're more careful. When I was first out in the 70s, 60s, 70s and 80s, you said and fucking did what the hell you pleased. And if saying somebody's fat is a hate crime here, when I can't imagine how many people in those 40 years before that happened that'd be in jail. This thing right now in English cricket, Yorkshire cricket, Sally's from Yorkshire, supposedly they've had racism there alive and well, and a Pakistani guy whistle blew, although he made a lot of money for many, many years being called a Paki, but now that he's not making a lot of money, he blew the whistle. And back in days, when blacks first came into baseball, the first black guy was a Dodger, then the Brooklyn Dodgers. You know, if you were Asian, if you were too skinny or your leg, people teased you. When I played American football to the extent that I played, our coach, Coach Roy J., may he rest in hell, said, Pena, you're so fucking slow, you ought to wear the other team's jersey. Now just imagine you thin-skinned little weasels that you are, how that will affect you in life. Now, grammar school kids, you're so ugly that, they have sayings like that. But that followed me all the way through, I was an Army officer. I had a one-star general named, I won't say his name now. I had a one-star general who really, I guess, liked me. He says, you're the sorriest excuse in this man's army for a fucking officer. You're a fucking wetback Mexican. Can you imagine this shit happening today? I would have had to break down and cry and sue the U.S. government. But those guys that we're going to talk about still act the same way off camera. So you're going to have to pick your own recipe for success. I'm going to tell you how the big boys do it, how I did it. And all of them, all of them that said they had a supportive significant other, to a man and a woman, they all thought they did. At some point, like when Roberto Duran fought Sugar Ray Leonard, I think it was, and he said, no mas, no mas. That's what they're going to say. No mas, no mas. They can't take it anymore. Yes, sir. And, you've already heard or read that if you fuck up the mic and I can't hear you, I'm not going to take your question. Everybody understand that?
3 out of the 10 are in property. What do? They buy?
One. If I said that, then it's true. 2, 3. Yeah, 3 of the 10. Yeah. But one is a husband-wife. In fact, 2 are husband-wife. And I've only got 5 husband-wife couples that made it in 28 years. 5. You saw one of them here tonight, and 2 are up there on the slide. But property is, most people, like almost everybody understands no money down houses. They've been doing that shit in America. No money down, they've got commercials or infomercials where, one of the biggest no money down guys on the planet is Ron LeGrand, who's a mentee of mine. But there's different models in property. There's the no money down, except instead of buying 5 or 6 houses, you're buying hundreds, if not thousands of them. Okay? There's the commercial buildings, which are very difficult because rarely does debt service covered by cash flow. So to do it in property where debt service covers cash flow is hard. Because the property that produces no income by itself, unless it's got people in it, you're renting it, okay? It's tough. And a lot of the people that are in property started with no money down houses, and they built up several $1 million of net worth, and then they could use that net worth to leverage into buildings and land banking, which is a waste of money. You got to buy hundreds of or thousands or even millions of acres of land, hoping that the trend is going to go that way. But it's harder. I'm going to tell you the easiest way between A and B, which you'll fuck it up. You're a millionaire, a short millionaire after one deal. A short millionaire after one deal. And right now, the kids, I know you hear people say they're crushing it. I don't know what exceeds crushing it, but the kids are fucking crushing it. The couple that was here last night, just left, on their way to Paris, the No. He says, Dan, I haven't taken a day off since I started, which I believe. And I said, I didn't take a day off for 26 years. I'm famous for 27 years. From 1971 to 1997, 26, I didn't take a day off. There's one other guy in London, a lawyer, who's got a few months less time than I do, that's never taken a day off. Never. We're going to show you a gal later on today, a Chinese gal, the richest gal in China, gal, that's never taken a day off in 26 or 27 years. He says, the only time I was with my children was when I birthed them. When they came flopping out of her vagina. And in her case, childbirth was painful. It was horrific. And so the only, she's making a joke. It's not really funny, but she says the only thing that I remember of my kids was painful. And that's funny in China. And that's why she says more men aren't rich in China. But she's got a whole deal. I'll give you a little study on her. By her, actually, not on her. And but most, her vision of child raising kids is not the same as, your average Sally Jones from Iowa. And all the high-performance gals that I know are fucking ruthless bitches. They just are. Success leaves clues. And you're going to hear some on the webinars, they're going to say about how I've had to get more ruthless, but none of them are ruthless. They're tougher than they were, but I don't have anybody in the stable that is really, except for one of the guys up there, the guy, the elephant hunters, the guy that $50, $100, $200 million deals. He's a tough bastard. But none of the rest, I've got some that are on there that wouldn't say shit if it was in their mouth. Any other questions about, yes, sir?
Mr. Pena, some of them, they're not citizens of those countries in which they moved in, as per my understanding. So my question
okay, you're going to have to speak better English than that. I didn't understand that.
For example, if you move to another country, you're not a citizen of that country.
Three of them have moved to another country.
Do you have to do the first deal as a joint venture?
No, you don't have to do anything. All the shit you know, forget, you fucking moron. All the shit you know, forget. I cannot help you fill your cup with new knowledge until you empty the piss out of it. I told you last night, one of the hardest things, the most important thing you're going to do is to get a chairman that stands in the breach when they're going to fucking cut your balls off. But then you got to convince them you don't need any money. You're not going to find a white, purple, green, apricot-colored man, woman, or child that doesn't believe you need equity. The only universally accepted thing is you got to have money to make money. That's the only and it's not true. I stand before you. Some of you will finger fuck. You ought to just, they don't have yellow pages anymore. When the days when they had yellow pages, just throw them out of the fucking white pages, and I know they have a business section, and throw a dart and start calling. You don't need any fucking joint venture, you melon. Where are you from?
Romania.
Oh, fuck. Fucking, all melon heads. Had an office there, made a lot of money. I have a lot of devotees. I have billionaires there. Billionaires. But even though they say they're not communist, they think like a commie still. 50 fucking years later. And it's worse in Hungary, and it's worse in Lithuania, and it's worse in Estonia. But the Polish are the better trained. Then come the Czechs. But they're all fucked. Because it's tough to get rid of 5 or 6 generations of that Stalin shit, or that, Lenin shit, or the Mao Zedong shit. It's hard, and that's why you're here. Now, that's one of those guys who just was picked Canada's top 40 under 40, or what is it, top 40 under 40. But I don't leave his picture too long because then we didn't smudge that face out. He just picked just a few days ago, one of those Hall of Famers. And this guy, a rabbi, smart as shit, ruthless as shit too. I said, if you speak Arabic, you go to Saudi Arabia and you get involved with neon, the future of the city, which is one of my mentees' deal. $500 billion. I didn't say that if you're a Jewish rabbi, Orthodox rabbi, you'd go to fucking Saudi Arabia. But he did. And that's where he is now. Cutting and slashing. Is he a welcomed person in Saudi Arabia? They pretend to welcome him. An Orthodox fucking Jew rabbi in the kingdom. Impossible. Not with QLA, it's not. Nothing's impossible. Guy's got balls bigger than this building. Death threats, assaulted. First time somebody spit on you, you'd leave the country. You gotta want it, kids. And I don't see with maybe 2 or 3 of you that really want it. You underestimated the sacrifice. I put it in a goddamn website in detail. But people only hear or listen to things they want to listen to or hear. For those of you that are married, you know, or have a significant other, they only listen to what they want to fucking hear. And today, that's why I asked about teenagers, the kids don't want to hear anything from us. And that's why it's a perfect market for us. Because doctors are thick as shit. We've got 3 patients set up. I might fuck up the first one, but by the third one, I'm going to be a fucking brain surgeon motherfucker. Now see, this is what I do. I run for I'm going to be prime minister. What are you doing? You'll never exceed your most wild expectation. Never. That guy, it's been a long, long time since a guy came in that was as ill-suited to do this as he is. And he did it. It's been a long fucking time. We got maybe 6 or 8 people in 28 years that are like that. And then we've got you. And then he called. The next day, or actually that night. Oh God, thank you. Because it is fucking easy. And when he was the interviewing process, if they say one wrong, fuck you, next. And he actually tells me, fuck, I love it. I love it. And you wouldn't say, you weenie cunt vaginas, wouldn't say shit if it was in your mouth. When you go to Reddit in 6 months and you're writing how it didn't work, make sure you put because you were a big vagina. And it didn't work. The guy I thought was going to make it in the class was one of the other Irishmen. What a polished, smooth motherfucker he was. God, he looked like James Bond. He talked like James Bond. But he was Irish and not Scottish. God damn. He had that je ne sais quoi, as the French say. But so far, it's dead. If he hasn't done anything since June, July, he's dead meat. 26 days. 100% seller finance. You name the price, I name the terms. You can learn all that later in the week. That's what the Greeks taught me when I was with the Onassis people. Another ruthless group that I've been associated with. Questions, comments about, you all look stunned. And you should be. You should be fucking embarrassed. He didn't have to come to the seminar. I told him. Subsequent. You didn't, know. He said, but I want to imitate. I wanted to hear from your lips to my ears.
Did he say that his first deal is 10 to 12 million?
Yes. Pounds. You're correct. You look mortified. It's like your mama just died. Same mama that should have never given birth to you. The real reason, other than the richer countries know that all the poor countries are going to steal the money when they give the funding, supposedly. And you realize none of this is guaranteed money. we hope they fulfill. Well, hope springs eternal. You know, it's not going to happen. And all the big guys know it. Forget the fact that I've been to both poles, but forget that. Oh God, I wish Sally and I were into cameras and shit more when we went to the poles. Oh fuck. All we have is pictures of us standing on the pole with a flag. God almighty. For some of you that have better communication skills, it will be slightly easier. But that applies to everybody in this room. It's going to be hell. And the system is built on a building block. So, from the chairman, to the CEO, to the CFO, to the accountant, the lawyer, the industry experts, to warming up the banks, the accounting firm, the law firm, to going to the motivated seller, you will have made 300 or 400 or 500 presentations. You will be smooth as baby shit. You know, some of the kids say we're as smooth as we're Peña's con men, but that's what it takes. Or you use the pig fuckers method. A bull in a china shop, you just run stomping on everybody, is what I did. But it's not going to be easy. It just certainly isn't. I said this in 18 hours in 1993. The longest seminar I've ever given was 27 hours. I ran over about 19 and a half hours for the seminar, and between 19 and a half and 26 and a half hours Q&A. One day, slam, bam, thank you, ma'am, and that's it. I had 61 people in the seminar the first time, 1,000 ahead. No webinars, no shit, no tapes, no website, no nothing. And we had, a lot of the big money was made in the 90s off the QLA. In 1986, a woman's handshake was 103 or 104 pounds pressure, hand pressure. A man's handshake was 112. When I've been shaking hands now that you're shaking hands again, and I don't particularly have a hard handshake unless somebody's, you squeeze kind of commensurate with the other person. That's 1986. In 2016, a woman's handshake is 111 and a man's handshake is 98. What happened? In 1980, the average testosterone level of a man 26, I consider them boys, was 276. Now, not so obvious because women do pass on the testosterone, through genes, but they don't have a testosterone level. In 1980, the average of a 26-year-old now, instead of 270-something, is 210. Normal testosterone for a man is between 300 and 700, depending on how old you are. The higher the number for the young guys, the lower the number for the old guys. By 70, a man virtually he's not producing any more testosterone, supposedly. About 5 years ago, we had a Chinese doctor in the audience, and I was saying, we were talking about her boyfriend or whatever, couldn't get it up. Anyway, and I said, what's his testosterone level, doc? She says, it's about 400. I said, well, and I don't need to put that on YouTube, the questions I asked her. But then, what's yours, Mr. Peña? I don't know. I know, but so during lunch, I went and I got my latest medical. 1,800. It's been as high in the last several years as 2,500. My handshake, which is about 135 pounds normally, and it's gone up since I got that fucking test. I mean, I do, you see me up here going like this. Well, I used to, in the early days, I used to have one of those squeeze things. We're through. Guys in the military can't hold a gun. I'm not glad I heard that, but I'm glad I heard it because I'm going to use it. Think back, who in your life have you met, please don't say me, would you like your kids to be like? If anybody. They used to say in the old days, a woman had wide hips, she was good for birthing kids. I think they said something like that. I'm not so sure about that, but at least they used to say that. I thought it was just an excuse for a fat ass myself. But anyway, because I like them lean and mean and built for high-speed endurance myself. I'm telling you a lot of this stuff because I want you to understand the other side is no competition. There are no competition because they believe it's easy. And you should roll over them like a tank, not necessarily like the pig fucker, but you've heard mice. That's college students. All these guys are rich by your standards. And you're going to see more and more and more. You can see a couple, at least one gal. Now, the Viking bitch is an alpha bitch. So, the more refined ladies that are here may not be able to relate to the Viking bitch. But you guys, she's 6'2", 215 pounds of twisted steel and panther piss. She's a big, healthy, strong, extremely strong gal. Now, who would you rather have as your kid? Greta? You know who that is? Albert Einstein. Same age. You want Ms. blah, 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 blah? And she's right about that. Corporate world, when we talk about financing and the fact that there's $2.9 trillion been given for fossil fuel investments since the Paris Accord. In 5 years, the banks that are all saying that they're being good have given almost $3 trillion to fossil fuel. All the big banks. Almost 100% of the banks are still investing in fossil fuel. And it's not going to change. There's about 40 to 60 years left of oil. I think I might have said this. 40 to 60 years left of gas and about 200 to 400, depending on who you want to believe, with coal. I said a long, long time ago, we will stop fossil fuel when we run out of assets. Not a day before. And you're going to see, you mark my words, I may not be alive, the lines will cross within a year of us running out. We will discover that either climate change is bullshit or we'll figure out a way to stop it. Within a year. Within a year. Some of you will still be alive. Some of the older ones won't. Now, these are my real superstars, even better than the Hall of Fame. I alluded to, we got a umbrella salesman from Malta. We have escort from Canada, and we've got a lap dancer, pole dancer from London. All QLA superstars. My lap dancer hung up her spikes, as she says, 10 years ago. She used to be a size 6. My escort hasn't hung up her condoms. I didn't realize that gals carry condoms. That was a revelation to me about 2-3 years ago. No fucking way. I walked into the seminar room and I said I wouldn't know a condom if it bit me. And there was a plastic thing about that big on the floor in front of this chair. And everybody's trying to not laugh. And I'm looking at it, push it with my foot, and then I flip it over, and it said, is it Durax or who? No, Durax. Who makes them? Yeah, it said that. And everybody busted out laughing. And so, but I didn't know. And then the girls were telling me, the gals, women, yeah, they carry them now. I said, no fucking. And I said, do you have dispensers in the toilets, like in the men's toilets? And I can't remember what they answered me. I don't know if they have dispensers in the ladies' toilets. If these people can do it, one is educated. I'll take that back. One is educated. I'm not going to tell you which one is educated. But one of those three is educated. Why not you? The umbrella salesman, when he came to me, can I do this? I said, absolutely. Are you hungry? I don't mean hungry for food, but yeah. I don't want to sell umbrellas and all the other shit they sell on those things. I can see most of you standing behind that fucking selling umbrellas. selling hats, sun hats, and little inner tubes to put around your little shithead kids to keep them from. I see you. I don't see any, but the gals could be lap dancers. I'm not sure that if you're physically fit enough to be a pole dancer, because you got to have some skills set, I'm told. And the gals, with all due respect, are, they look good, so I'm sure they could be escorts. Okay, so other than the physicality of the pole dancer, or pole, is that what they call it? Whatever the pole, you all qualify. But most of you would be behind selling umbrellas. And I have more strange cases than these, but they're unbelievable. So I don't even try to, I've tested the market, and I don't try to sell you that, even though it's the truth, because it's so fucking unbelievable. You can't bear the validity of how down the food chain some of my mentees are. But this isn't down the food chain. These, the umbrella salesman made a good living, as good as half the people in this room. But he says, it's like you say, Mr. Peña, it's the people that kill this. I'm on the beach getting raised, blah, 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 but I got to deal with people. Even the umbrella salesman has got to deal with people. The lap dancer obviously is dealing with people, more so than the pole dancer. The lap dancer, because you're right there physically with them. And, of course, the escort is dealing with people. The escort, who's been here twice, says, it's a great business, Dan, except you got to deal with men. Which I find kind of cute. But you guys, you have no idea what a benefit you have. Not just because you're here, but because, it doesn't matter how smart you are, how dumb you are, what color you are, whether you're, whatever your sexual persuasion is. I'm trying to say that in a nice way. Whatever your sexual persuasion is, we got them all covered. So I'm trying to eliminate, day by day, all the reasons you're thinking why you can't do it. By the last day, there'll still be a couple of doubts. You'll figure out something that perhaps I haven't experienced, and I've experienced it all. That it all starts with the chairman. And the gals will get a chairman easier. I don't mean it for the wrong reason, but they'll just get it easier because it's easy for them. I'd like to change that model a little, make it tougher on the bitches, but I haven't been able to do it in a quarter of a century, so it's not likely I'm going to. Who else can do this? Nobody. Hin's doing his 2,000 cold calls. Came to me, a Romanian peasant. No, Hungarian peasant. 10 euros in his pocket. A t-shirt, holy t-shirt. Holy jeans. And there's you. With all the fucking negative baggage you got. Some of you in this room got more baggage than that little Indian kid. You don't have any positive baggage. The officer's the closest thing we got, and he's unhappy where he is. I was looking at some of my stuff when I was a young officer. I thought that I was going to be Douglas MacArthur. Oh, God. Now, this is a real picture. They carry shit around like this in India and other places. But that's good. It's analogous to the baggage you have. In fact, a couple of little Asian guys looked at that. Let's see. Was that you? Ladies and gentlemen, once upon a time, you had a dream. You saw life as an exciting challenge, and you took a gusty chance. You made a terrifying leap into the unknown and survived to experience the sweet taste of victory. I don't know when this was, but I do know you did it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Perhaps it was a death-defying skateboard or bike trick. Maybe it was climbing the tallest tree in the park or asking out your first date. I'll tell a story about my first date after this is over. Many of you will have at one time taken the frightening step of starting your own business, stacking all of your chips on the table and betting everything you own on your ability to win. Whatever you did, you took what I call a quantum leap. You challenged the world and you were invincible. You fought, you dared, and you won. Then something happened. You allowed self-doubt to pierce your armor. You listened to the naysayers of this world and started to believe them. You started to question your abilities. What if my success was just a fluke? Maybe I was just lucky. Supposing I can't repeat that stunt. You started to falter. You started to doubt. In short, you stopped playing to win and you began playing not to lose. I'm here to tell you that there is a very big difference between playing to win and playing not to lose. It's the difference between super success and lukewarm mediocrity, between winning the game of life and losing or barely surviving. This seminar has one purpose: to rekindle and strengthen within you that searing flame of desire. Desire to make another quantum leap, then another and another, until you reach stratospheric levels of success and leave all competition behind you in the dust. This seminar is about making you really and truly believe in yourself like you have never done before. Forcing you to recall a time when you acted as though you had no limits to your abilities, when you leapt the chasm and landed victorious on the other side. More importantly, this seminar is about daring, fighting, and winning. I want to tell you at the outset that there is no success without risk, no fighting without action, and no winning without sacrifice. If you are not willing to dare to take decisive action and sacrifice many of the aspects of your normal life, then this seminar is not for you. I'm here to say you cannot have it all, and any touchy-feely, silk-suited guru who tells you otherwise is just wrong, and he hasn't done it himself. But if you're willing to listen and learn to me, if you are prepared to avoid the company of morons and ignore conventional wisdom, if you join with me and look the world straight in the eye, dare to stand in your path and take the powerful, decisive action, then each and every one of you can become much more successful than you are. This is not some happy, slappy, feel-good rah-rah. I'm not here for you to like me. If you want a friend, buy a fucking dog. I'm here to tell you how to load your fucking pockets with so much money ripped from out of your business or the business yet to be formed that they need a crane to haul it out. If I have to slap, kick, punch, and drag you over the finish line, then that's what I'll do. I'm going to make you feel uncomfortable. I'm going to call you names and sometimes act like a nasty drill sergeant. I'll be up here doing whatever it takes to make you realize one thing. You've been too comfortable too long. You plumped your sorry ass down on a comfy chair a long time ago and have all but forgotten the warrior you once were. My task over the next week is to get you out of that armchair and turn you into a lean, mean, fucking fighting machine, ready to take on the world, ready to make your own quantum leap, personally in all respects of your life, and ready to haul away cash in the tens of millions, if not more. I trust you will listen carefully to my message. And remember, you came here for me to challenge your limits, and I will, not to like or love me. I strongly suggest you keep that in mind, or it will be an extremely tough week. It will be tough enough without any extra burdens. I'm so fucking great. I am motherfucking God. I am Allah. So I was crying this morning watching myself cry. And I replay it again. Replay it again. Replay it again. Because I love myself and you don't love yourself. Because I shit self-esteem. Every time I take a piss, self-esteem leaves me. And that's the difference between him and you. Many of you said regrets, when we asked all those questions, and I said, and I already mentioned this several times yesterday, keeping me from doing this, me, of course, you. A couple of you didn't say that. 2 or 3 of you are really fucking delusional. It's like there's some mystic power that's got control of your life. That's how fucked up you are. And as I've said countless times, I didn't know self-esteem was a rare commodity. God knows I know it now. And now there's less self-esteem than I started 28 years ago. In fact, you can't hardly, I'll put it another way. You can't hardly find somebody that's got self-esteem now. It's hard to find somebody. And when I tell you the things that you should do, join a club you can't afford, and we'll get into that the last day. I say this tongue-in-cheek, but it's pretty true. Some of you can't afford to go to the YMCA, which I believe is free. I was reading an email from Bruce the Whipple. They're okay, Bruce. I wrote you a little email. The person you asked about, they're okay. But these guys killed them before that happened. I rearranged some slides based on where I know you are, not where I believe you are, after one day. You saw Steve last night. Comments, questions about Steve?
You gotta be fucking ruthless.
Just like you guys, huh? Ooh, I'd be scared of you guys. You wouldn't have lived 15 or 16 years old where I came from. Maybe one or two of you. When I came back from the Korean War, that I wasn't in, but I was overseas with my dad part of the time, I came back speaking fluent French, and I had to relearn English, because 50 to 52, I was 5 to 7. And going back to the barrio, with a French accent, was a recipe for fights every day. Now, fortunately, I was the biggest kid in grammar school, tall. In junior high school, all the girls passed me, because then the girls got a spurt. And every single day, I was in trouble. Come home all beat up. But he, and that plus my military background and my dad's background toughened me up. As Sally says, she calls me rhino skin. And when I came here in 1981, I used to say, I'm an American, you can tell me anything, but just give me the fucking money. That was an exact fucking quote to the bankers and the investment bankers and they had merchant bankers in those days. Merchant bankers put up their own money at risk. I'm an American, you can tell me anything, but give me the fucking money. A direct fucking quote. 1981. My first roll-up failed. My 13 company roll-up failed. And I had to pay the fees because the other 12 guys, this is your deal, Danny. You better belly up to the fucking bar, boy. And it took me 2.5 years to pay off the fees. And as I'm paying off the fees, he said, you should have done this on a delayed fee basis. I almost collapsed, literally. Because I didn't know delayed fee basis. I didn't know from nothing. I was just here trying to fill my pockets with many pounds, British pounds, that I could get. And so it took me to 1984 when I went public, and I paid all my fees. Because you don't stiff the city, which is the old Roman city in London, which is the financial district. Of course, the financial district is spread way beyond the square mile. You don't stiff anybody and never come back. So I paid them all off. And we did it the right way, the way that I teach you. And of course, I didn't know that private equity and those guys have always had delayed fees. And one of the things when they tell you we don't do delayed fees, well, you obviously do private equity business, don't you? Yeah. Now, this is what I say. You'll douche it up better than this. Well, then why in the fuck are you telling me you don't do delayed fees? I know KKR, Blackstone, etc. don't pay up front. In fact, those guys if they don't like the service they got, even if they close the deal, they might not fucking pay you. And that'll normally shut them up. What else about Steve? Yes, sir.
He cared about the perception of the products, like Macintosh, how it was presented to the audience, even though the product
didn't work.
was faulty. Yeah.
I won't say, this is a Trump exaggeration, I won't say 100% of his shit in the beginning didn't work, but more than half of his shit didn't work. And he said it in a different way. Don't confuse me with the fucking facts. Now, is this the movie, because there's two Jobs movies. I can't remember. Is this the movie that when they were, just before they went public, he took everybody's stock back? Okay. Well, the other Jobs movie, they're sitting around, they didn't have spreadsheets in those days, whatever they did, Lotus 1, 2, 3, or whatever they were doing. And he said, he stopped at a table. There were 7 guys at the table. I believe Wozniacki was one of them. And he said, what are you guys doing? And because they were going public in a few days. We're just making sure that the allocation, the cap sheet, as it's called, is correct for everybody getting stock. He looked down at him and he pulled a piece of paper. And there was 2 at the top of the list. And he went, these guys aren't getting stock. You must have misunderstood me. People had been allegedly, presumably, ostensibly joined him from the beginning. Their stock went away like that. And that's the real world. We don't see look at the movie anymore, The Founder, about the guy McDonald's guy, and Ray Kroc, his handshake deal with the McDonald's brothers. I'm laughing because he didn't honor it. Other than Bruce and I, Whipple, have had a handshake deal because we've been in and out of business for 28 years now. Handshake. Suharto, the ruler of Indonesia, I never had a written deal. It was just handshake. And handshake wasn't with me, it was somebody else that he honored. But most people don't honor. It's convenient to say we've got a deal then, but when it becomes inconvenient, they've got a short cash flow, month or quarter, you don't have a deal. Okay, what else about Steve? Yes, ma'am.
The sacrifice of all the relationships around him for the
Yeah. That's why I tell you, your chairman, you will live and die by him or her or it. You will live and die. And we've seen a lot of guys and gals, mostly guys, get fucked. We were at a board meeting years ago, Sally and I, and not the chairman, but the CEO put his arm around my mentee and said, you remind me of my nephew or grandson. That's death. That is death. Forget putting the touching, because I didn't like to touch before fucking Corona. I used to say, unless you're blonde with big tits and you got your legs in the air, don't touch me. I've said that 1,000,000 fucking times. So when Corona came, I said, oh, God answered my prayer. And when everybody goes, ooh, makes my skin crawl. You didn't touch Caesar. These guys, success leaves clues. What else about Steve? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
In the beginning, I don't remember the exact quote, but he said it's about control. You need to have control. And not just of probably the product, but also your people, the board, and mostly I caught yourself.
He was a control freak on top of everything. I'm not a control freak. I delegate everything except wiping my butt. And I told you when I'm in Asia, I delegate that as well. He's an icon, right? He arguably did change the world. The fact that his shit didn't work in the beginning, but don't confuse me with the facts. And, we used to have a little, not a quiz, but a drill, trying to pick out how many characteristics Jobs had that you have. And you guys, I don't do that anymore because you're delusional. Some of you in this room maybe have 1 or 2 of his characteristics. Let's say they had 10. Some of you, maybe 2 or 3 of you, have 1 or 2 of his characteristics. And you come back 7 out of 10. What are you smoking? If it's not addicted, give me some of that shit. I want to get high too. I have almost all. He and I are 8 out of 10. And all these guys that you're going to see the rest of the week. In fact, some of them I have all the characteristics. Some I have only 7 or 8. And they tell me I'm too soft. The big hitters, the ones that are still alive. One guy that you know his name, like the face of the dollar bill, he'd say, Dan, you would have been the first trillionaire on the planet if you had been tougher in our industry, IT. Somebody better be tough on your board. Why do I keep saying this over and over and over? Because one, you're not going to follow the steps, and two, you're going to get a cunt for a chairman. Your chairman should be there just for monetary reasons. Not to save the fucking planet. Not because he likes you. That's an absolute. If he likes you, he shouldn't be your chairman. We're not in here to swap bodily fluids, although I got a few guys that have women on the board that I don't ask, because I don't ask, you don't tell, they don't tell. I can't, when I see them together, other than them holding pinky fingers, and I know there's some shit going on there. And by the way, you don't shit where you don't shit where you eat. Because some of the guys have some pretty good looking women as chairpersons, or not chair, on the board. Cutie pies, as I call them. What else about Steve? Yes, sir.
In the movie, he was obsessed with his vision, with his idea, with his goals from the beginning. The first part, before he was kicked out of Apple, he had his goal, and he was pursuing it no matter what. And even with the company Next that he built, he was still pursuing the same goal he had the first time being at Apple. So this was really popping up.
I haven't been thrown out of my own company myself. I can relate to that, but I switched gears. I pivoted. And I think I told you yesterday. It sounds braggadocious, but since I did it, and I can prove it, I found it easy. Just like I'm telling you it's easy. First time out, $800 to just about $500 million. It took me too long. And you're going to say the same thing. And I was going like fucking 900 miles an hour, but it took me too long. And now in retrospect, 2 years after I got thrown out, I knew I could do this, that, and the other thing. And, but I found it easy, and I didn't want to do that again. I want to do something else. I grew at 55 million%, which is still a record by about 40,000%. And so I picked this fucking, oh God. Some of my big regrets, other than being a combat armor officer, never serving in combat, telling my mother to go fuck herself the day before she died, and not setting my goals high enough, is I'd never do this again. This is the most thankless motherfucking job. And it is a job to me. And you shouldn't do stuff that's a job. I'd never buy this estate again. $100,000 a month, if nothing goes wrong, this estate to run. If nothing goes wrong. Fuck. Sotheby's. I had to sue Sotheby's for fucking selling me this piece of shit. Anyway, what else about Steve? Yes, ma'am.
There was a tone of revenge and spitefulness.
Absolutely, they're all. Number 4 or number 6 rule of Donald Trump's 10 rules of success: get even. And number 7 is always having a prenup. And there's a few, but about half of his are mine too. But I don't believe in prenups. I don't have a prenup. And but I do sure shit believe in revenge. He has a book. And his book, it was a book, a Get Even book, or I forget the title of it, but it's something like Get Even book. And it's about that thick, and it's black, and it's small. And he had to go to, I'm told, he had to go to a bigger book when he got into Washington. So now his book's like this, like the fucking big Bible. And that's the kind of guy he is. But that's the kind of, they all are. I was going, when I put the suit on this morning, this was in it. I said, well, God put it there maybe, huh? What is it? And there's a picture of Mr. Zuckerberg. And it's an article. I can tell you it in a sentence. Zuckerberg, Bezos, and Gates think they're from another world, and we're all mongoloid idiots. 4 pages of it, but that's the essence of the article. And we also have articles, we don't pass them out anymore, about the guys that have been married to these guys. What it's like. And what's different about the marriages to these guys than to a regular stiff, you know. And they're not psychopaths. They're kind of a cross between a sociopath and a psychopath, all of them, almost all of them. They certainly, Steve, his buddy Wozniak, who we're going to talk about in a couple of days, is the mentee of one of my mentees. And so we get all kinds of, not inside shit, but and Wozniak says Jobs thought he was an alien from the time he was 2 or 3. And the people that adopted him, he lasted, depending on the story you want to believe, he lasted 3 days or 3 weeks in college. But he dropped out. And his real birth parents tried to reconnect with him after they found out who he was. And rightfully so, he told him to fuck off. But Steve is what empire building is all about. Don't confuse me with the facts, and you're going to be confused. 99% of the speed bumps you're going to find in the next few weeks and few months, you create in your own mind. Even when the facts tell you you're right, you're going to think you're wrong because you're losers in the financial world. You may be a great son, that means you're a loser. You may be a great husband, that means you're a loser. In the financial world, because if you're a great either one of those, that means you're devoting time to them. And you don't have time to devote. You just don't. For 10 years, almost to the day, I ignored my God, my wife, my family, everybody. I was just focused, driven, 15, 18, 20 hours a day for 10 years straight. And to this day, most of my net worth came from those 10 years. Now, it's easy to make money. You got internet money. I had bricks and mortar money. Oil and gas isn't exactly bricks and mortar, but what else about Steve? Yes, sir.
He made these people accountable for what they did.
Everybody, all the superstars make their people accountable. I told you you're going to take, if you take, the management report that you're going to fill out. The big hitters fill it out daily. You can still be a kind of a quasi-big hitter doing it weekly. But if you give that report to your employees, I told you yesterday, half will quit within 30 days. It'll take them 30, you know, you complain you can't fire people, that's all horseshit. But anyway, they'll quit in 30 days. In 6 months, you won't have one employee that you had before. Not one. They'll walk away from their options. They'll walk away from their stock. They'll walk away from everything. Accumulated vacation pay and all that shit, just to get away from you. And now you're slappy happy. You go to lunch with them, you know. Kiss them on the cheek and all that shit. So far, how has your program worked out, kids? It hasn't. Einstein said about 80 years ago, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results is insanity. And I have a room full of you. Whipple, Whipple a few weeks ago wrote me, we're corresponding about something. And he said something to the effect, he didn't say it this way, but it's unbelievable that you've been able to do this 27 years or 28 years. Meaning, you know, I should go down in the Guinness fucking Book of Records for all the sob stories I've heard, all the reasons why you didn't do it. Okay, enough about Steve. Success leaves clues. We got the pig fucker, we got Steve, and then we have you. Okay? And me. Forget me. I'm an anomaly. I'm like a monster alien or some shit. The backward bicycle. Had anybody ever, other than maybe on my YouTube, has anybody ever encountered the backward bicycle before? Oh, God. Okay. It's not impossible to ride, but it's very analogous to what you're doing because we're having to rewire everything. And that's why engineers and all those scientific degrees and hinder you vis-a-vis accomplishing your goals in QLA. And I told you I only seen two individuals ride it. One was 5 and one was 6 or 7. And I've tried a gazillion times. We don't have it here anymore because during the break you'd be out fucking trying to ride it, you know, and you're not, and because you think you can do it. And I know it's the closest thing that I bet my life on that you can't. I wouldn't bet my life, but it's the closest thing that I can think of that I bet my life that you can never ride it right. So that's there to show you that you have to be rewired. You saw another thing on why the financial world is going to collapse. 8 or 10 minute long little video. It's not a bad analysis. It's not perfect, but nothing's perfect. It's good enough. And I could, hire some guys to do a more or less perfect analysis, but the point is the end is near. Now, whether that near is 50 years or like when the asteroid's going to hit us in 2242, it's near. In the cosmos of time, it's near. And I was reading a statement by Warren Buffett late last night, he just because he says it doesn't mean shit to me. But the guys that have been around a long time, and he's been around longer than I have, Warren and I only have 2 things in common. He's an introvert. That's not me. But one, he went to Dale Carnegie sales course. So did I. I went about 15, 20 years after he did. And the sales leader, as they used to be called, said that you should teach this course. You know more about it than I do. And I said, yeah, okay. But I wanted to go to it because it was, and I still can, for you that have no sales skills whatsoever, I tell you, it's still a good thing. When I went, it was $600 for 3 times a week, 2 hours a night for 4, 5, 6 weeks. Now it's like $3,000 or $4,000 for 3 days and you go someplace. But it's still good shit. Other good sales shit is The Wolf. Belfort's got some good sales shit. And Grant has got some good sales shit. And Dan Locke has some good sales shit. None of them are perfect. The closest to my hammer close technique is Belfort's, straight line. And the other thing that Warren and I have in common is we're both graduates of the New York Institute of Finance, which that and $4 won't buy a coffee latte at any place. So, and then you saw a third thing. What was the third thing? Oh, that's how my children were raised, more or less. And probably you weren't. Was anybody in this room raised like Little Trump? No, okay. We had one guy here who was the great-great-great-grandson of a pope. He was a bastard kid, bastard, and he lived in a 105-bedroom palace about 90 miles outside of Rome. He said, yeah, I was raised just like that. But he also said I had a nice wee little estate. He said, you got a nice little place here, Mr. Peña. But other than that, it's a different world. So our job was to try to de-Trump it as much as we can because, it was very similar. The best of this, the best of that, nannies, governesses, tutors, you name it. All our kids had it. Private tennis coaches that, every day, well, we ripped out the tennis courts, but every day, private golf coaches, private martial arts coaches, the world champion, taekwondo, everything to the to the ceiling. And the kids used to be embarrassed to go to school. We had the longest limo in Texas, and that's saying something. The longest limo. We had 3 electronic bars because we didn't want the guests to have to reach too far for a fucking drink. And they would be embarrassed. They'd take Jimmy, our driver, bodyguard driver, can you drop us off a few blocks away from school? He did, but then he followed them on foot because he knew I'd kill him if something happened to the kids. But they were embarrassed when they were little. Too much. And we lived in a rich area, a lot of money. But in those days, we had 3 planes. I mean, all the shit I tell you not to do, because I've done it. And it's a waste of fucking money. The guy should fuck at 30,000 feet, though. That's kind of a trip when the cum that comes out, it leaks out and floats around and shit. That's a trip. That's worth doing once. But you can rent a plane to do that. You don't have to buy a fucking plane to do that. But that's the difference. You know, I used to say in Texas, which wasn't quite true, we were so we had a possum for a dog. And unless you're from the South, that doesn't mean anything to you. But we were pretty fucking poor. That picture of me standing on the front porch of my house. Fuck, unbelievable. You go down there now, and if you don't get shot in a drive-by, when we filmed the picture of me standing in front of my old house, there was a drive-by shooting about 2 blocks away, and the camera crew dove, tried to get under the cars and shit. But we show you that because there are people like that. But you're normally separated 2 or 3, 4, 5 levels between you and that. But I want you to have the ability, I'm not saying you should do it, have the ability to raise your kids that way. See, the difference between myself and Sally and you, we have more choices than you. For some of you have infinitely more choices. For some of you just have, for a couple of you, you think you got a few bucks. We have a lot more choices. I don't ever ask what something costs. It used to be when you take a girl out for a date, the girl would say, what do you want? Because she wanted to know how much she could spend, and the way that she found that out was to see what you ordered. I don't know if they still do that, okay? Kids. Now they have Dutch, where the girl either splits the bill, what's it called, Dutch? Yeah. I never heard of that until maybe 10, 15 years ago. And in the big restaurants, the menu the woman gets doesn't have prices on it. Is that still the case? Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, if I'm taking you, young lady, whatever it costs doesn't mean anything. If I take you to a Michelin 3-star restaurant, it's because I can afford a fucking Michelin 3-star restaurant. And so, but we want you to have more choices. Online here, a couple months ago, I gave Sally $1 million for her, can't remember what, not her birthday, not her anniversary. I forget what it was. When she got her Rolls convertible, I like her seeing her happy. There's certain things that make her really, really happy, and spending money's one. When she gave me the big roller for my 75th birthday that was handmade, the Bentley was handmade as well. I mean, she picked all the shit. I didn't pick anything. But I want you to have those choices. It's no accident that most of my mentees that make a bunch of money get Rolls. After they have the McLaren or all these, they get a Rolls. They're mimicking me. But right now, most of you in this room didn't have any choices. You didn't have any choices based on grandparents, parents accomplishing nothing. Now you're going to be the first level in your family that accomplished something. So you're going to set a new standard. It'll be the new benchmark. Because kids don't do what you tell them to do, they do what they see you do. If that transvestite, but not obvious. Murderers, convicted felons. No pedophiles. I don't like pedophiles. So if you've got if you're clean, record, I mean, not clean, I don't give a shit about, physically if you're clean or not, that's your problem. But back to the Viking bitch. About 20% of what she said isn't true. And you're going to see nobody that I put up here as an example in the webinar knows what they're talking about. 100%. And I could cut it out of the webinars, but I want you to know that you don't have to know shit. You don't have to know shit. I mean, literally. You can sell them the wrong shit. The lawyers will fix it. And even though I say that, you won't do that. Because some of you are going to go back and study the arbitrage laws and this, that, and the other, and it's a waste of time. The 12 and 13-year guys that I told you about, they knew securities law backwards and forwards by the time they did a deal. They wouldn't trust the lawyers, and they had first-class, both guys had first-class lawyers. They wouldn't trust the accountants. They were anal. They didn't believe when they saw a T crossed. That's the worst end of the continuum. But the one guy that's on one deal, he was already rich, so he really wasn't motivated. The other guy's rich, and he's up there. So in the 10 years after the 13 years, he got with the program. And he told me 25 times, why don't you just fucking knock my teeth out? And when you're not as successful as you think in as short a time as you think, you're going to blame me. That I didn't, it's because you gave up the mentor program. It's because of this. Okay, questions or comments about the Viking bitch? Yes, sir, in the back.
When she talked about that Corf seller.
She didn't know what she's talking about.
Well, she said he didn't want a lawyer at all.
No. Well, and I told her that was a mistake. But the deal, that was 2 years ago or a year and a half ago. And they did the deal, and they could have done the deal that afternoon. But she wanted to find out if he really had the contracts. Just because somebody says they have a contract with the NBA, or they have a contract with, whoever, Ford Motor Company, to provide all the health care, that doesn't mean they have it. Okay, maybe they had it, and it expired. Oh, you misunderstood me, young man. I said I had it. I didn't say I have it. So you got to do, a little due diligence. And she can do it faster because she's a hospital administrator. And that kind of nurse that she is one level below a doctor, so she can give prescriptions and do stuff like that. But I told you the first day, one of the hardest things is when you do substance abuse and there's contracts that have to be transferred. Normally, you do it in the company's name because the contract only can transfer from company to company. If it's in a dude's name, that's different because that means it has to be transferred from him to somebody, normally you, and you don't want the contract in your name. So then you don't have an employee that you trust enough. Because if you transfer the contract in the fuckface's name, and he walks, and he sets up shop across the street, and you're fucked. And that guy that was knowledgeable about the rape and all, she should have, took her 5 months to fire that thief. So she's still got a little mother in her, Got 8 kids. And one of them just barely out of diapers. She's too old for that shit. Questions? Yes, sir.
She mentions that the CFO put money in the deal.
Yeah, because at whatever the loan, she promised the closing, and the bank, she was going to, there was only like 50, 80 grand between the spread of cash flow and debt service, and the CFO who moved there. Management teams at the board level do not fucking move for some slag slut. They don't pick up their whole life. They don't. That does not happen. She is a powerhouse. And he said, let's fucking around, here's 50 grand. And she paid, when the deal closed, she paid him back. It doesn't happen. I've never seen it in 50 years. And I've been around some powerful gals. She is an exceptional woman. And these guys aren't charging her. I keep teasing her. I said, you must be one hell of a fuck. Viking bitch. She just smiles. I mean, I don't care. Remember me. I'd have calluses on my fucking back. And I know women in business that do have calluses on their back. God bless them. God bless them. And they're anti-feminist and all that shit. Fuck them, you know. I mean, they're anti all that shit. I'm not suggesting in any way, shape, manner, or form that a woman should use her body to benefit her business career. What else about the Viking bitch? Yes, sir, again.
She mentions that she sweeps the money.
I'll explain what she meant to say. She didn't explain it right. Okay. Dan Locke, who I love, who's a mentee, very successful kid. And I'd say teasingly because he's got all Asians employees. He doesn't all have Asians. But when I went to visit him a couple years ago, he had his staff line up like ninjas from about the wall to where Cat is. About 10 or 12 of them, maybe 14 of them because they're little. They all look like ninja warriors, you know. And yes, they're all Asian. He said you've got to look at the money and sweep the cash at least once a day. Now, he has cash coming in from 800 or 1,500 sources. And it's easy, not with my knowledge of computers, but it's easy if you know what the fuck you're doing that you can, you know, misguide money and misdirect it. And so now she, once a day, she takes the cash, and she's not on a cash basis where it comes in every day, but she takes the cash and puts it, sweeps it, she gathers it together and puts it in the holding account, of which there's only 3 people that have access to that, the CFO, the chairman, and her. And you have to have at least 2 signatures or 2 code things to get any money out. So her plus somebody else. Of course, the chairman and the CFO could run with the money, but that hasn't been the case yet. But there's never too much money in there. So I used to tell a banker I had, Frank Van Grosky, we're doing a deal for 100 million or 80 million or something, and he was left-handed, and he used to sign like, you know, if you're left-handed, your hand goes over your signature as you write. And the signatures were always slightly blurred. I said, Frank, why? You know, he's sweating. He says, you make the fucking bank nervous, Dan. I says, because you say you're going to run to this and you're going to do this, and then you punch people and but they're great credits. Otherwise, we wouldn't be fucking loaning you the money. And I said, well, I'm not going to run like that unless for $1 billion. Then I'll run like a thief in the night. And he said, don't say that, Dan. Please don't say that. Because I do that. I'm the same way with everybody. Whether it was Walter Wriston, the president of Citibank, or Mr. Romanian moron here. What else did I explain the sweep? Okay. Yep, go ahead.
But she also mentioned that she's putting the money there for the next deal.
No. She wants to have enough money. If she has 600,000, 800,000, $1 million too, that I mean, and she finds a motivated seller, wants to close the deal. Okay, fine. Because she has the money available. There's another hand. Yes, sir.
Can you talk about the asset purchase versus the stock purchase?
No, that's when we want asset purchases, but not all of them are asset purchases. And part of the reason, as I just alluded to, when you have licenses to transfer, they don't transfer. You don't want to transfer person to person because 1, then you're stuck, and 2, you've got to find somebody to put the license into. And so, but when the company has the license on a corporate purchase, then it's just corporation to corporation. But when we talk about company structure and all, I mean, it's 5-minute conversation because you do it 1 or 2 ways and nothing else. If there's some fancy fandango reason, no. Next. Other question. Yes, sir, in the back.
So if the seller doesn't want to have a lawyer, do we kind of...
No, I don't like that. She did it. We've had other guys do that. But, I mean, the only couple deals in my whole long 50-year career that have ever blown up is when the old fart land lease years and years and years ago, decades ago, old lady, 88 years old or some bullshit, had 5 sections sections, I think used to be 16 acres, and we wanted to drill, blah, 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 and she, I don't need any, I mean, typical overalls with a piece of straw in her mouth, just like in the movies, okay? But she had a nephew who was a lawyer. Granny, I mean, and we had to go to court. And the lady told the truth. She says, I told him I didn't want a lawyer. And I said, and her nephew, the lawyer, stood up and says, by this time she's 90, because by the time I got to court, and she's in a wheelchair, just like all the people sick come into the court. And I mean, it was slam dunk in their favor. I mean, it didn't matter that it wasn't true, but it didn't matter. You want them to have a lawyer. And even if you have an affidavit from him that, I don't want a lawyer, that doesn't mean shit. Now, if the guy's 25 years old at Harvard MBA and he says that, that's fine. But not an 87-year-old old granny I mean, you're fucked. You can't win. Can't win. Other question? Yes, sir.
She talks about how she works in the business. Did she have an opportunity to did she have an opportunity to get like terms where the owner would stay for 3 years to work in the business?
And she doesn't need him to stay 3 years because she's there. She knows how to do his job better or her job better. But you're going to need somebody. But like the Nazi said earlier, the owner, I fired her the next day. And in theory, she should have stayed. And, I don't care if she sues me. Fuck her. You heard what he said. And once you get the machine going, and depending on your own personal skills, depending on your own, how you can communicate, that'll be between 3 and 7 or 8 deals. The better of you will be 2, 3 deals. You'll figure out what you can do and what you can't do and what you're good at, what you're not good at. The numbnuts of you, which is most of you in this room, will take 7, 8 deals to figure out because you're afraid and you won't push. Remember how the Nazi said, I didn't push the banks in the beginning. I was la-di-da. I wanted to please. That's all of you. Even though I tell you not to do that, that's most of you right now. And that's going to slow you down. And after you view 2, 3, 4 deals and how slow, and even though I tell you do seller finance, but you're going to do commercial bank, mainly because you want to pull money out of the deals easily. And with commercial bank, it is easier. So for your own stupidity, your fucking greed and avarice is going to slow you down. But by the time 8, 9 deals, now Andre's figured it out in 2 deals. And now we're 18 deals later, 20 deals. And we're going to see his current numbers tomorrow. But once you figure out what you're capable of, not what you're really capable of in the cosmos time, but what you're capable you can do here on a small basis, you'll figure out, and you'll grease your own wheel by getting involved, and then there's a difference of what kind of deal do you accept. 3 deals, I don't mean I'm going to take all 3. We're going to take the 3 or the 1 or the 2 or the 3 that do it my way, which is the way I'm teaching you. We're going to show you tomorrow an average deal from the meatheads for this year. And then I'm going to show you how a deal should have been done. They don't even look alike. Because you cave, you acquiesce, because you're afraid you're not going to get a deal done. And that's just it, guys. I know. Ma'am, were you going to say something? I could tell.
She spoke about firing one board member.
Correct. That was the guy she fired, the COO that cheated and knew about rape and et cetera, et cetera. After he moved, he sold his $750,000 house, which is a lot of house in Texas, moved from Dallas-Fort Worth to Houston, and then she fired his ass.
How did he get paid?
He didn't get paid. There's no cash flow yet.
And the shares?
Oh, well, the shares, when you fire somebody for, what she did, remember that she hadn't issued the shares yet. But even if they had issued, when you're getting fired for not talking about rape and this and that, you don't fight over the shares. You know, you drop the charges, I'll give you the shares. But that's when that happened, I might have hesitated a half a second on that one myself. You know, because I know what it is to move, and I know what it is to move when fucking kids and teenagers. I didn't give a shit. You'll make friends. If you don't make friends, fuck you. So that's what I told my kids. You can ask them, I mean, they're not here, but you could fucking ask them. Dad didn't give a shit about any of that. Friends are problems. They're not as big a problems as family, but they're problems. And they are, and we both know it, don't we? Don't we? We all know it, we just don't talk about it, do we? Everybody's got a clubfoot uncle in the closet that takes his clothes off at Christmas and shit. We all got that.
Concerning like the firing, she didn't have to do it in any special way, right? It's like you didn't disclose you're fired, right?
No, it took her less than 30 seconds, like she said.
Okay.
She says, Tom or whatever the fuck his name is, he knew on the phone, she did it on the phone, she knew, or he knew that, I wanted to talk to you about the such and such case, which was the rape case, He knew he was through right then. And there are no secrets, it's just mysteries. And now, whistleblowing is vogue. You rat out your company, you rat out your best friend is vogue on these fucking little meaty mouth cocksucking millennials, etc. It's vogue. You get awards for ratting people out now. That's where the world's gone. I'm not saying this is right, but we would go to jail first. And now you get a fucking award. They make you Ratter of the Year on Time Magazine or some shit. That's where we are. And that's why it's so fucking easy. They've tried this NEOM, they didn't call it NEOM, for 65 years. They've tried to get rid of this land, this 25,000 square hectares, I think, which is a joint venture between Saudi, Egypt a little bit, and I can't think of the third one now. What? Jordan, thank you. Jordan. And they name it something else every time, and this time, Klaus Kleinfeld, who got him to do the deal, they've been trying to give this land away for 70 fucking years. And it's going to be where women have rights and all this. But that ain't going to happen in where's the kid? In the redhead kid's lifetime, that ain't going to happen. Why? Because you're stupid. The public is stupid. They want to believe that the old man and the descendants, we're going to stop using fossil fuel oil when Saudi Arabia runs out of fucking oil. That's when. And even Greta understands that. Blah, 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 blah. I have 4 or 5 kids in Saudi, Arabic speaking. One's a real Saudi, in fact. And they have 51,000 princes, last time I counted. And the cheapest prince or the lowest prince on the totem pole. You've heard of totem poles? Actually, totem pole, the lowest one is the highest ranking. It's not the highest one. The highest one is not, he needs to be closer to God, so they put him on, he was the worst off. But anyway, the lowest guy, prince, gets about 250 grand a year, 20 grand a month. I'm not familiar. I'm also familiar with al-Sabahs in Kuwait, which I'm not going to shit where I ate, so I don't have anything bad to say about it. Kuwaitis treated me like a prince, though. I mean, the al-Sabah family was really super to me. So I'm not saying anything bad about them. And they're really on the liberal end. They don't partake. So now you've got your first deal. And assuming it's seller finance, I mean, you're off to the races. And you're a short millionaire. Because you're going to own 60 to 65% of it. And the average first deal is about $1.2 million, $1.3 million. And you're off to the races. Then all of a sudden you're a millionaire. Which doesn't mean dick. I mean, fuck. I'm not sure I could spend $1 million on dinner, but I probably could. Sally could. I don't know about me, but Sally could figure out a way. Helicopters and shit and, if you wanted to spend $1 million in the old days, you hired Michael Jackson to do your party. And you didn't even have to pay him. Because his booking system, his financial department was so fucked up. I mean, the payables or receivables were like 4 years, 4.5 years, 8 years. So now you've got your first deal. And I mean, I do a deal and I just keep next farm, next business, next floor. I like Manhattan because you could do 80, 90, 100 cold calls in a day, knocking on the door. Easy. Well, you would be sweating because because I was drinking and eating so much, I used to walk up the stairs. And you can't walk, well, I couldn't, 70, 80 floors without sweating my fucking, my suit would be soaked. So, and during the summer, Manhattan is it's a hellhole. I mean, it's just unbelievable. We used to, from 27th and Lexington to Wall Street, only 27 streets away, your suit would be, in the old tube system, soaked. You take your coat and your vest off, and they would dry out. Now, I know guys that took their pants off in the office to dry. Your underwear never dries out. And your shirt, used to have 10, 12 clean shirts on your desk. That's now, how's the tubes now? Oh, well, okay. And you used to be able to go around the corner from my apartment. I lived at the Bed Bug, I already told you. And you'd get a steak sandwich, a beer, like a half a liter of beer, and a salad and French fries for $6.45. I went back about 15 years later, same place, the neighborhood bar. Looked like the same bartender, in fact, same sandwiches, $28 or something, if I remember correctly. And now it's probably 48. Yeah. But if you want to learn any business, New York City is a great melting pot. I mean, like the song says, if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. That's pretty true. If you can make it in Romania, you can't make it anywhere. You go to Romania to fail, you go to Manhattan to succeed. Okay, so now you got your first deal, and we'll go into detail how. Remember, it's we're going to just say it's $1 million deal, or €1 million deal, or £1 million deal, and that's it. Now we're going to go through the financing and the structuring of the deals tomorrow, and we're going to start with the seller finance deal, 100%, and then we're going to wind up with the 60/40, which is the current jewel that anybody can do the deal, 60/40. And then we're going to show you an example of how you monkeys do it, even after coming to this seminar. I won't bet my life, but I bet one of your lives that not one of you will do the first deal right. I bet a fatso here, Romanian, pig chop here. I bet his life that, my microphone thing, nobody will do it correctly, the first one. Because you're going to be in such a hurry to get a deal done, you'll do anything. It's like a drowning man will grab a piece of straw to support his weight. And no matter what I tell you, no matter how many tin plates and these guys don't have you, you're still going to. It's like Andrea said so in such an articulate manner. I finally got a call on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon, a guy interested in selling his business. He was thrilled. He was overcome. And it was, it was a joke, though. Now, another thing, sometimes I forget to say this. A third of the people that you're going to find out motivated sellers are kicking the tires just to see what their business is worth. Everybody verstehen kicking the tires? How do you say that in Romanian? You can't speak Romanian either. Okay, fine. Kicking the fucking tires. And they'll take you right down and they'll negotiate with you like they're going to do the deal. And some guys are smart enough to know LOI doesn't mean dick. They'll sign an LOI and then not do it. And you don't have money to fight them. But they'll do it just to see what they're worth. which is, the antithesis of honor, moral, ethics, honesty, but all those words mean different things to different people. And what's moral and ethical in Mobile, Alabama, or Atlanta, Georgia, or Electra, Texas, ain't in New York City, where the Yankees are. And in the Southern, they still call them Yankees. There are people in the Carolinas, the South shall rise again. That's not bullshit. And the parts of the United States where I'm still a Mexican wetback. There's only 4 cities in America that can say my last name properly. And for the other ethnicities, the Jewish and Arab, I'm at the good end of the of harassment and racism, opposed to Jew, Arab. They're at the bottom end, wrongfully, but the Mexican, you fucking Mexican wetback, and they don't mean it in a derogatory way. They're being a complimentary that you got out of fucking Mexico illegally. It's, remember my dad said, sticks and stones will break your bones, but words will never hurt you. It's not what they say to you, Danny. It's how you interpret it. Now, when I tell a boy, hey, lard ass, this is a girl, hey, lard ass, come over here. I wouldn't be calling her lard ass and then come over here if I wasn't interested. Right? So it's a compliment. But I've been slapped in the face for calling chicks lard ass before. Didn't mean I didn't sleep with them. It's how you interpret these words. And for some, I've told you this before, some of the people you're going to talk to keep their money in a fucking cigar box. So how fucking sophisticated. They don't know a spreadsheet from a fucking menu. Not just in America, European countries. You go up in, near my favorite, Vlad, the Impaler, Transylvania, they keep their money in a fucking bread box, not even a cigar box. And all those Eastern countries, former Iron Curtain countries, they talk like fucking drunken sailors. And then we got you that wouldn't say shit if it was in your mouth. And we got soldiers that won't carry guns. God almighty. I don't know how I go to sleep at night. Okay, any questions? Yes, sir.
When you say that we go see the sellers and we cut a deal with them, you mean an LOI?
Ask me that again. Where are you from?
Chile.
Qué barbaridad. Ay, Dios mío. Anyway, ask me again.
When we go see the sellers and cut a deal with them, that means an LOI?
No. Right, when you're doing it that way, the LOI is the deal. You're doing the deal. No, there's no LOI. You're just doing the deal.
Okay.
You don't have to have an LOI. When you're doing it like I did it, and some of the kids doing it, you're there and you cut a deal right there. And it's followed up with a sales purchase agreement or some other kind of contract, but you're doing the deal right there. When you're doing LOIs, it's because you're gathering these LOIs together to present to the board, and then you're going to go out after you get the board's approval. And you can spend between 1 and 8 million euros or 8 million pounds, okay? None of these deals are going to cost more than 2 million. And you go out and then you go to the owner and you negotiate the final LOI. An LOI isn't a purchase agreement. LOI is their intention. Some people just say it's a letter of interest, which means shit, it means nothing. You don't have to have an LOI if you just go and do this hammer close. But I'm not suggesting you do that because most of you in this room will fuck it up. Yes, ma'am.
I was going to ask you about it, but you said I'm going to fuck it up. But I'm going to ask anyways. So you were saying that if we do it the way that you were doing it, I
didn't have the LOI.
We wouldn't even need to get the board's approval for anything.
No. See, now you're getting the horse before the cart, is that right? The cart before the horse.
Yeah.
You're getting the cart before the horse. No. You build a board. You have 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 deals to talk about. You have already gotten the LOIs. Okay? They approve 3/4 or all of the LOIs. Then you go out and you go to negotiate the final purchase agreement, or in some places they call it the final LOI. I had a board approval to do $100 million in deals, and I would do the LOIs on the spot. Now, I'm an experienced guy. You're not. So the board just said, Dan, go out and spend $100 million. The board, no fucking board that you guys are going to get together and just going to tell you to go out and spend $100 million. If they got any brains anyway. Because they're indirectly liable. And the reason why Andreas' board, which I'm the chairman of, was hesitant to give him too much latitude is because, they don't want to get in trouble. And directly or indirectly, depending on what kind of fuck-up Andreas would do, the board members would be liable. Now, I've seen the kid. Kid doesn't make mistakes. Although the first board meeting, it's pissing down rain. I'm staying at one of the best hotels, okay, on my nickel, not heating, not paying. And we take a cab to where he thought the meeting was, at our lawyer's office. Wrong building, wrong end of town. So now we're walking, umbrellas. I can't remember if my umbrella busted first or his umbrella busted first. It's pissing, I'm in pissing rain. And I could see him sweating even through the rain. He's thinking, I fucked this up. So I finally get to the board meeting where the guys, and they had laid out lunch and drinks and shit like that. And I'm soaked, but I got no place to change. And so and the board meeting goes smoothly from there on. But we could have given Andres 100 million latitude instead of the 8 or 10 million we gave him. But, I don't know how many of you in this room we could trust with 100 million. And that's exactly what the board is going to think. In fact, you may not even squeeze 8 or 10 million out of them until they see you operate. These guys and gals are putting their fucking lifetime reputation. Who would put their lifetime reputation on this piece of dung? Who? That had more than a 40 IQ? Who? Are you fucking insane? And that's how they think. And the more risk they think is inherent in the young kids. And it is, because I've been screaming for 2 days, young kids make bad decisions. And they always have made bad decisions. Alexander the Great at 7, there's not too many Alexander the Greats at 17 or 19 he conquered the world. There aren't too many of those guys. There's not too many Joan of Arcs, 14 years old, beat the fucking English back. And they don't think you're going to be one. Once you do deals, we're going to have a board meeting with Andres this summer. He will have done maybe 30 deals by then. I can't see the board denying him whatever he asked for. And he's made all the board members 3 or 4 million. So, you don't question as hard. Yes, sir.
So for the time being, the board's got to approve everything you spend money on. The end.
Correct. Yes, sir.
So they get the LOI, or we get the LOI before
the board meeting. And you have sent the LOIs to all the board members in their package, which you're going to get. Hold that thing up again for me, Jay, the agenda package. With that, electronically. And your board members, to a man or woman, when they see that fucking package, they will be in awe. Because never before in their corporate career will they seen something like that. Because I'm in awe. 50 years, I've never seen the document that well put together. You will be in awe. Now, some of you idiots don't even... You're supposed to redact and change the name and change the numbers, Some of you motherfuckers send a goddamn document, that document, to your board members with the wrong fucking information. How fucking stupid are you? Pretty fucking stupid. Some of you will use the gigs that have other people's names because all the documents you're going to get haven't been redacted out. You'll send a guy, Michael Pierce, a document from 1996. You won't even change the dates. How fucking stupid are you? Because you're in a hurry because you want to get a deal done. Because when you leave here, the longer it takes you to get a deal done, the higher the probability you're never going to get a deal done. And that's the fucking truth. Because some of you, like I said before, will look for a way to not make it happen. Self-sabotaging. And many of you, according to the documents that you sent me and you filled out, your first wife was a mistake. Your first kid was a mistake. Your mother's biggest regret is not, one, marrying your father, two, having you. Now, guys, I couldn't make this shit up. It's in your DNA. Stepping on your dick. As little as your dick is. And Asian dicks are little. Now, if I had an upsell, I wouldn't tell you all this shit. But I don't give a shit if you die tonight. Because I know it's a numbers game, and as long as I keep coaching, I'm going to throw up a few more billion. I know that. Where it's coming from, I don't know. I would have never expected the pig fucker, believe me. I wish he was here, God damn it. You heard him though, didn't you? I'm not going to ask you how many of you could be sold by him, because you're going to lie. But just think. How many of you would have joined his rowboat to glory? He's got some big fucking hitters. His rowboat to glory. His rowboat to freedom. Financial freedom. I feel like a preacher. How many of you? Maybe none. And certainly I wouldn't have. Look at it. And then whether you do it or you don't do it, just measure against him. Just measure against him. Because you've already figured out why the teenagers were able to do it. For years, Josh Kim, I told you, is a child prodigy. He's Michelangelo. Because you've got to come up with a reason, just as Tony said. You've got to come up with a reason and excuses. I'm giving you the little story about the richest lady in China who didn't take a day off for 26 years. And the only remembrance she has of her kids is painful. Her two daughters, who she saw not too much growing up. And both her daughters say that they don't admire anybody more in the world than their mom. Tough love. She wasn't there when they fell down when they were first born. All the things that you had done for you, none of it. And as disconcerting it is to you, and the general public for that matter, tough love works. And that's why the Spartans took their kids away from the mothers at 7 or 8 years of age, and the ones that didn't make it, they threw in a ditch to die. So the only ones that were left, more or less, were tough motherfuckers. But what very few people know is, you know the movie 300, where the Spartans held off to whatever the fucking they were from the Middle East? Those 300 were all gay. They were lesbian, gay lovers, not lesbian, gay lovers. And the Spartans learned 100 years before that if you're fighting next to the one you love, you fight harder. They were all gay. You can Google fuck it. If the people, and I don't give a fuck what you are, but if they had put that on the advertisement for the fucking movie, nobody would have showed up. Except gay people. You fight harder, like, you fight, if you're trying to, well, you guys maybe not. If you're trying to protect your wife, you fight harder. As opposed to, some old bitch. I don't know if they were lesbian gay, though. Romanian gay. Maybe they were Romanian gay. Or Chinese gay or Malaysian gay. Did they have Malaysia back in 300 BC? It was called something. I know. Go ahead.
So we build the board.
Have you been to Antofagasta?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Go ahead.
We build the board. We get a few deals with LOIs. Then we get the board meeting, get the budget, and then
No. Oh, I see what you mean. How much you can spend.
Yeah.
Okay.
then you go to the sellers to get the deal closed, right?
Hammer close them.
When the
I used to give out a hammer similar to this that you could carry in your briefcase to remember. But go ahead.
The question is, when do we go see the property with the industry expert?
Oh, no, well, no, when you're doing the due diligence.
Where in the step is that?
No, that's after. Due diligence after. That's a good question. You bring your industry experts, and you want to look at more than one. I mean, you don't go to Toledo, Ohio, or Athens, Greece, for one deal. You take them because even though a lot of these guys got, remember, nothing to do and all day to do it. I mean, not all old guys travel well, meaning they get tired. Blah, blah. So you want 3 or 4 deals around a city, and you do the driving. Well, I had a driver, but you don't let them drive because I've had old guys fall asleep at the wheel. They don't teach you that at Harvard. I mean, we've had guys that fall asleep at the wheel, the old guys, and you're out there. And you don't, when you're really old guys, you only want to look at a couple properties or a couple of sites a day. I used to look at 5 or 6 a day, but you only want a couple because you don't want them to be so tired that they can't focus on the fucking job. And you'll ask them, "How are you doing?" "I'm fine." Yeah, they have some pride still. They have a lot of pride, and you're hanging your fucking hat on their opinion. You don't want these guys just to rubber stamp the fucking deal. And you got to give them a little lecture before. Now, if these deals are dog shit, I want to know they're dog shit. We're not buying shit just to buy shit. And I've gone through all these cycles. That's why I'm mentioning it. And the first time they tell you it's dog shit, they'll be hesitant. And they'll say, "Johnny," and it's normally after a couple of drinks, dinner, and you've been to see a couple of things and say, "Johnny, we think that we should, you told us to be candid." And they say real professional, yeah. And, but the number 2 site doesn't work. So your heart drops a little. And candidly, number 1 is marginal. You only look at 2 fucking things, right? One doesn't work and one's marginal. Because I used to want them to tell me, "Right, we're on the fucking property. What's wrong with it?" And the second one is, it's not fixable. That's why we didn't mention it. Number 1 is fixable when we say it's marginal. And I mean, even my heart used to sink. Fuck. But you want to know because you're not buying these to just buy them. As the Goomba brothers said, you got to run the fucking things. And everybody so far, it's the employees that fuck up the deal. And really what they're saying is your lack of management and lack of leadership, you don't know how to control the people. And Tony and Jason have pretty good leadership skills. But they're probably dealing with too many migrant Cubans, Anything else? The thing about, they have a website, these how to dress the people, which is pretty good. But basically the uniform works, and it's worked for countless years for me. And the article about the woman shows you the kind of sacrifices that are required. Because this model is based on human, but more emotional sacrifice. It just is. And the bottom line is, or at the end of the day, you will decide how much you're willing to take or endure. And when we're really saying that is how much you're willing to put your family through. And on the other side, how much will your family accept? I can tell you right now, without you even mentioning this to one person in your life, they will tell you, "Oh, yeah, we're supportive." And they're not. Well, I wasn't around my kids, and I have no guilt about that. And and the kids know that. That I think that that's what will, bother, if that may be a wrong word, you guys that have kids the most. And if you have two working parents and have kids, so the mom is away at work, except for at night, and you are away for weeks at a time, that's a tough nut to fucking hump. If you've got a stay-at-home mom, you might get away with it. But if you got a working, I'm not telling you your wife should go fucking just quit their jobs, because I know some of you are existing because of dual income. I understand that. I've been there. I never forget the first time my house was this last story. First time they tried to repossess my house. Remember, I started with a fax machine, a phone, in a spare bedroom in my house in Los Angeles. And foreclosure notices in the 80s were so frequent, they used to send them in red envelopes. So you didn't mix them up with regular mail. Red. And I'm sitting in the room cold calling, and Dan Jr. comes in holding a red envelope, as they say in Texas. Daddy, we got a late Christmas card. Go! Did your mother see that? No. I still remember that. My stomach dropped, And I don't think Dan Jr. to this day knows this story. But I've been there, I haven't had my furniture taken away by the sheriffs like they do in some parts, but I've been pretty fucking close 3 times in my life. And there's no way to explain that to your significant other when she comes home and the furniture's not there. I don't care how fucking slick you are. There's just no way. Fortunately, I didn't have to explain the furniture because they never repossessed. I got some letters from the sheriff, back 5 months on this and 3 months on that, but I was a humping motherfucker. But as they say in all business, you drill 1,000 dry holes, the next one's got to be a gusher. That's the theory they bullshit investors for. I know better than that. So I know. A lot of you, I get bullshit emails. Oh, he's too rich, he doesn't remember. I fucking remember. Just talking about that made my stomach gurgle. I remember that feeling. It's a shitty place to be. Behind 2 years in taxes. I could write a fucking book. Fortunately, that was decades ago. But I know what the feeling is. And some of you are going to go through that. I can just tell you. If you pursue this balls to the wall, like the rabbi in Saudi at the kingdom, my hat's off to you. You got balls. That takes ironclad balls to go there. The shit he must be enduring. I can't imagine what they're doing to him. Plus, he's got a hair temper. He's got an anger management problem. I'm telling everybody in the world, I'm surprised he's not dead or in jail. And there's probably, not 500 frogs in the castle, but hundreds in our master bedroom. We have frog things for your luggage. And when I was brushing my teeth, we have these all over. It says believe. And it's very easy when you've made a lot of money to forget where you came from. More importantly, it's very easy to forget how you made it. And it's been my experience, when you forget, you start to lose what got you there, and then eventually lose the money. We've had 10 times more Hall of Famers, would be an exaggeration, but at least 3-4 that lost all their money. Make 140 million, lose 125 million. Make $1.8 billion, lose $2 billion. Because although I make fun, and sex, drugs, and I never did drugs, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and fucking at 35,000 feet is a lot of fun. I would be a disingenuous old man if I told you any different. But some of the kids have just turned, to that way of life permanently, and they stopped taking care of business. They stopped taking care of business. You hear about professional athletes that wind up broke. One of the most famous stories is Joe Louis, which I had the privilege of meeting a long time ago. He was selling his handshake for $5 in front of Caesar's Palace. Joe fucking Louis, arguably one of the great all-time heavyweight boxers, selling his handshake for $5 in front of Caesar's Palace. And Steve Wynn, who liked him, who was the manager of Caesar's Palace then before he started owning casinos, it broke his heart. It broke my heart. That's what happens a lot. I never forget when we're in Los Angeles downtown and we're having dinner and I have the kids, which is rarely, have the kids there with us. And if I'm at the Jonathan Club, and when we talk about clubs you can't afford, I'm at the Jonathan Club and you pull, instead of turning left to get on 110 going towards Palos Verdes where we used to live, we turn right, the kids say, Dad, we're not going there again, are we? To where I came from. Yep. Limo stops, hoping there's not a drive-by shooting when I'm there with my kids, and we get out and we look where my little house used to be, 600 square feet. Because I never want to forget, because a lot of people call it a journey, and I don't call it that. And one of my most famous mentees calls it a journey. I don't call it that, because I was on a mission. I was either going to get rich or die trying. And I told you earlier in the first day that Sally and I both say that if for whatever reason it's Allah's will and all of a sudden we're poor one day, we're going to do just like Hitler. Boom, boom. In my 70s, it's too much work to do it again. Now, based on your tests, these tests have legally I can only say 95% correlation to success. Really 99%. But I can't say 99% for legal reasons. But I'm telling you on the side, 99, but we're going to say 95. A perfect score on the success test is -3. In the left-hand column, do you see any -3s? No. Do you see any -2s? No. Do you see any -1s? No. Do you see 1 0? Yes. From 0 up to as high as 9. From 4 and above, you need psychiatric care. You need help. 7, 8, and 9, you should be institutionalized. You all know your scores. When I'm a kinder, gentler guy. We used to have your names there. But I'm a kinder, gentler Dan now. I'm a grandfather. So when I say we're starting in a motherfucking ditch, you're dead, you're walking dead, and you just don't even know it. We have one, let's go all the way to the right, super success test. We have one of you that passed it. But you're also mentally ill. I don't even talk about the depression test and the optimism test. I'm going to talk about the snowflake test in a minute. All the rest are default or fucked. Fucked is worse than default. You're going to hear some of the webinar kids. They say in different ways, default's a bitch. You remember what Anelli said. Default is fighting you every minute of the day. Remember? Every minute. And he's a big fucking hitter. And he said, I took the test over and over and over, and I always failed. Remember that? But he was able to fight his way out of the ditch. Not many do. But it's possible. Now we go over to the snowflake test, which has been around about 5 years. Because I was trying to look for another indice. You know, how can I measure another? Okay. So we put together the test, and we tested it. And in the beginning, what was the failure rate, EJ? Yeah, 97. EJ, what's the failure rate now? In 5 years, it's gone from failure 97 to 99.1. Because humanity's getting weaker. And when I say we're through as a species, I have data. Not just the handshake. Remember female handshake, blah, 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 male handshake? I have data, raw fucking data, of thousands and thousands and thousands of meatheads. But you can still get rich. The snowflake test, I put questions that were so obvious, I thought everybody would get them. Somebody comes and spit in your wife's face. You got 3 choices. The choice that is most often clicked, or whatever the right word is I would try to ascertain what kind of day he was having. Are you fucking shitting me? You're going to ascertain what the asshole maybe had a bad day? What the fuck's wrong with you people? Instead of picking up a brick and beating him to death or trying to beat him to death until they pulled you off of him. That's where we are as a race. Homo sapien. Now the Russian kids answer the test a lot different. QLA is for pussies in Russia. There's a lot of things wrong with Russia, believe me. But there's a few things right. And one of which is, if you spit in somebody's face, another question is if somebody grabs your girlfriend, I forget them all now, and the same thing. Now, I've said this story at least 500 times. In 1962, my cousin Bonnie, one of my 2 favorite cousins, went to Lincoln High School. Same high school my dad graduated from, same high school that Sal and I have a student-athlete scholarship fund. We send kids off to college. And a guy said that his girlfriend's ass looked like pigs in a gunny sack. Everybody understand that? He stabbed him 17 times. By the grace of Allah, Ronnie didn't know how to use a knife too well. The guy didn't die. And he went, my dad, we went off to reform school, whatever they do, you know. And now, spit in your mother's face, but at some level, even a fucking little scared mouse will fight back. At some level. We're going to see some mice this afternoon that are super successful if money is a benchmark. Money's not the only thing in life, but it's the only thing most people keep track of. Last night you saw a movie. You can say, I'm not going to ask you. Arguably, the greatest tennis coach alive doesn't know how to play tennis! You fucking mongoloid idiots! And you want to know the why. When I tell you, from the bottom of where my heart's supposed to be, from the bottom of my soul, if I had one, you don't have to know a motherfucking thing about anything vis-a-vis the industry you go in. I'm telling you the goddamn truth. And it's not an exaggeration. But most of you will fail because you got to know why. Because it's in your DNA. Because even though I've told you this, and the people that you've talked to so far, Andres didn't know anything about, nobody knew it. Well, you've got to find a self-sabotaging activity. And you'll find it. You'll find a way to step on your dick or whatever the gals step on. You'll find it. Because you're pretenders. You don't really want to make any money. And I know a few of you saved up for 2, 3, whatever. I don't give a shit. You're pretenders. But one thing's for sure, when you leave here, you can't lie to yourself. Well, you'll still lie to yourself, but I mean, you can't be truthful with yourself and look yourself in the mirror and say, I don't know how to do it. You can't, as delusional as some of you are in here. A few of you think this is a slappy, happy, fucking, those big super McDonald's where they got slides and the kids. I see it in your face. This normally comes at the end. I moved it up just for you guys because you're such cunts. Look at those scores. You're finished. And we don't give any fucking refunds. You're through. And you heard Anelli, my black Al Capone. I took the test over and over and over, and I still flunked it. When I took this test, and I'd like to say, if I was one of the other gurus, I'd lie and say I didn't make this test up. The super success test we did. 2 psychiatrists from Boston University made it up about 40 years ago. And I found it. The first time I took the test, -3. In the 90s and the early 2000s, there were only 5 people that got -3. A lot of people took the test. -2 was, we had a gazillion, not a gazillion, but a whole bunch more -2s. And the people would argue because there's one question, it's not a trick question, but anyway, they say that's the difference between a -3 and a -2, and they say that the test should be rewritten because it's really bullshit. That's their excuse, okay? But look at this group, this august body. 5, 5, 1, 5, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 2, 1, 3, 3, 2, 3, 2, 9, 7, 0, 5, 2, 6, 2, 7. We had to stand you out and fucking execute you like the Nazis did. We used to follow up with, how many books on personal development have you read? I had a whole list of questions just to make myself big, made my dick hard. Just you answering the question. I don't do that anymore because I'm a kinder, gentler now. Since I'm a grandfather. In my 70s, I don't do that anymore. To embarrass you. But that's when we had people shit their pants, piss their pants, and cry. And collapse. We don't do that anymore. We haven't had a guy collapse since the guy collapsed and threw up all over Brian Rose 3 or 4 years ago. That's how gentle I am now. Because I really know how to push the fucking buttons, as Sally would say. Now, Sally's primary education is she's a psychologist. And then she went off to sail the world. She sailed across the Atlantic, blah, 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 blah. She was a cordon bleu chef. And she's a senior chartered accountant, tax specialist with a bunch of degrees. But her first primary is psychologist. And she's convinced me, you know, you can only beat him to death so much. I don't believe that, though. But to have harmony in our marriage, I go along with it. But I know how to break men. And women harder to break. But I know how to break both. And that's what I did in the 90s, in the early 2000s. And we had a preponderance until Corona, the most Hall of Famers I produced were during the 90s and the early 2000s. Where I hit them. I hit them with a riding crop. Did you want to say something?
No, I'm getting hyped up just listening to you.
Okay, well, guys, when I tell you you're in trouble, I'm not kidding. This is the second worst output I've had since giving these tests. I've had one worse. And they are, it's like the Cuckoo's Nest, that Jack Nicholson movie, Something Over the Cuckoo's Nest, you know, about the crazies in the hospital. Okay. As poor as most of you are, contrary to what you say, you're happy. There's a couple guys in the room that have some shekels. They've got a reason to say that they're happy. But, I mean, there's no rhyme or reason that you can even, maybe under drugs. I never took LSD. I got a cousin that did, and he said, Dan, look at life different with LSD. So, but you're in trouble. Get back to the movie. So, comments, he doesn't know how to play tennis. I tried to get him here. He's a cantankerous old bastard. And he was in his early 80s, and now he's in his late 80s. And if I remember correctly, can't remember his wives' names or whether he's married 8 or 12. I love it. But in the way he played Boris and all the guys, and the way he left Agassi, like a turd in the street. That's the real world. Don't you get it? What world do you guys? Disneyland's only been around since 1955. And the only reason I got to go to Disneyland is because my dad was a cop, and Walt Disney, I was on opening day, summer of 55, because he let cops and firemen and, he probably let first responders if they were then, but they didn't have any then. And it was La La Land. My dad just kept walking around and, he didn't want to be there, believe me. This is La La Land. He said then, this is going to be detrimental to the human race. He's a stone killer. This is bad. This is bad. He says, and at that time, we were always worried. We did atomic bomb drills to get under your desk and all that shit. He says, this is bad. The Ruskies are going to eat our fucking lunch. Okay, what do you think about Nick? Yes, sir, in the back.
He was ruthless. He didn't give a fuck about anyone's feelings. Until his later years, he said he had his regrets, but he kind of just...
You get soften up when you get older. I can attest to that, okay.
But you could tell if he saw in you that you were not going to be a success, dropped you like nothing. But he knew that was the way to find the success.
He pushed him to the brink and broke many. We had a kid here because that was in his tennis camp 15, 18 years ago, before he sold to IMG or AIM, whatever that big company he sold to. And he sat about where Alexander's sitting, not in this room, during when we're talking about the movie, sobbing, because he had been at that school. And he came from Argentina. He was a prodigy tennis player of South America. He comes up there, and up there he was just an also ran. And he just sobbed. And then he turned to, he's a big, he rolled up pets, pet care and pet cemeteries and pet hospitals. That's what he does. And he said, it's worse than the movie. It's worse than the movie. Playing roommates off of roommates. But he got the best. As I remember, he had 100. At that time, he had 187 or something world champions, and it's significantly more now. And he just busts the balls. And now you can't yell at them, let alone hit them. The athletes, even though the U.S. got more gold medals and UK got gold medals in the last Olympics. The Russians with less talent get more medals because they're afraid if they don't get a gold medal, they'll be killed when they go back. That's a hell of a way to run a railroad, I understand. But fear works. It always has, and in my judgment, it always will. You go back and you give these fucking tests you're going to get. Oh, you'll commit suicide. You give your employees these tests. Because they're a reflection of you, weak vaginas. Don't give them this test. You go back and you give them the weekly thing, they will quit. They will leave you like you've got the fucking plague. I guarantee it. You have no idea. Because you're not holding them accountable. Or you're not holding them accountable enough. What else about Nick? Yes, sir. Mr. Tennis player.
So coming from, the tennis, I've been playing tennis for over 20 years, and I wasn't fortunate to make it to the academy. But one thing that stood out to me is that he puts high-level players in a very high-stress environment, which makes them grow. And smaller academies don't do that. They're kind of stressing the aspect of, well, you can get better. Doesn't matter who you play against. But ultimately, if you're putting yourself with an environment where everyone's trying to succeed, you're going to get better. And especially with a coach like Nick, he is focusing outside of the tennis. He's focusing on life, as they said in the movie.
Now, there's a reason why. I normally save this to the last, but because this I normally save to the last. But the reason why you start at $500,000, $600,000, $800,000 deal first, and then $1 million, $2 million, $5 million next, then $1.7 million, $2.2 million, and the blah. Because you're not ready for a $10 million. Somebody that owns a $10 million business or $10 million whatever is smarter than a guy that did a $1 million or $500,000 or £500,000 business. You're not ready. Some of you are, but a vast majority, you're not ready. There are guys that go out and knock 100 million right out of the blocks. And Nelly had built up, tens of millions of dollars before he went out and did this. Another one you're going to hear, Simon the Bell, had built up hundreds of millions before. I mean, they're ready. They're either equal to or greater than their competition. So I start you out small and give you some confidence building shit. I didn't do it the way you did it. I started 80 million, 120, but I was a sophisticated financial fucking hammer fucking closer, which you're not. Why? I don't want to do a $700,000. Okay, let's do a 25 million. Let's watch you fail. And it's easier to get lawyers and accountants on delayed fees on an $800,000 deal than an $80 million. You're not capable of getting that. The odds are remote that you can get PwC and O'Melveny and Myers on the law side or Denton's on the law side to do a $100 million deal on delayed fees. In fact, I won't guarantee 100% you can't do it, but I'll almost guarantee 100% you can't do it. Because you're lessening their risk, even though they have business development budgets. How many in this room, don't answer me, please, would want to bet their life that somebody's going to bet $100 million on you? Exactly. Anything else about Nick? Yes, ma'am.
Well, at least in his before he got really old, there wasn't any reflection. It was more of, okay, just information, because the reporter or the journalist or whatever kept saying, well, what did you think about this? And he just really didn't have, it was all neutral. It was just information.
Well, I mean, until they started doing documentaries about him 10 years ago, he didn't remember your name. He barely remembered Boris Becker. I mean, and according to the kid that went to the school that was here, in between sobbing, he says he didn't give a shit about anything, which at the peak of my career, I didn't either. And all the guys that we've started, I would doubt if Mr. Musk, I know Mr. Trump doesn't, caring is a weakness. I've told you, I do not suffer from empathy or sympathy. It's a disease to me, or diseases to me. Guys, we got 3 days left, and I've only had one worse group, testing-wise. And see, if I was one of the gurus, you see, I doctor up all the information like they do. If you think the information that all these guys, the top 50 guys, gives you is accurate, you are fucking delusional. It's only accurate to the extent that they want to sell you something. And I know a few of you, are devotees, as they say, of some of the guys and a few gals. I believe there's less female gurus because women, it's hard. Now, I'm not talking about personal relationships. Women, it's harder for them to be disingenuous. I don't know, because of a baby could be built in your belly, or I don't know the reason you got tits. I don't know why, but it's harder for a gal to be disingenuous. We had some people here that they knew they were going to split up with their. We've had a couple split up in the library graduation night. They were going to split up, and the guys that were going to split up with their wives when they went back, they were going back on a Friday night. They were going to fuck their old ladies Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and didn't tell them Monday. But the gals that went back, when the husband came to pick them up at the airport, it's over, honey. That's the difference between a man and a woman. Might as well get 5 or 6 more fucks before I toss her out. And the woman didn't go back to the house, went to a Holiday Inn. True story. And she became super successful up there. That's the difference. I mean, as I keep saying, you gotta have even more. I knew this before, but I mean, you gotta have a tough motherfucker at the helm. You just have to. And in some cases, you should have more than one tough motherfucker. When I did it, the board members, I only lost one to death. I had all tough motherfuckers. I didn't have one weak cunt on the board. Not one. I gave you the article about the woman, richest woman in China. I think it's 26 years. This tough love stuff is not new. There was a book called Dragon Mother, written about 25 years ago, again about a Chinese American lawyer who raised 2 daughters. They had to play 3 instruments, one of which was the violin. They had to speak 3 foreign languages, one of which was Latin. And they had no choices in life whatsoever. Nothing. They both dressed alike, even though they weren't twins. They were a year apart. They had even the toothpaste, the toothbrush, the hair things you put in your hair. The kids had no choice. I believe choice is bad. Anyway, no choice. And then she was on 60 Minutes about 15, 20 years ago. And they were, the woman that used to be on 60 Minutes, that old hag, I can't remember her name. And she's interviewing her and she says, God almighty, the kids must have had a miserable life and blah, 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 blah. She dumped her husband. She only got married. The fathers are different for each daughter. She wanted to be seated by him because of his DNA and blah, 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 and got seated by him. So she had everything planned. So, and then they bring the 2 daughters out. The mother didn't know they were there, supposedly. And the daughters say it's the best thing that ever happened. They both went to Harvard. One was a doctor and one was something else. And they said, where kids, our age group, were making bad choices, we had no choices. And one's a prominent doctor. The other one's a lawyer. They're a prominent doctor, prominent lawyer in New York City. No choices. Now, I'm a believer in that. I had very little choices. And that's why they say I rebelled so much and I was always getting in trouble. And questions about Margot? Yes, sir.
What do you do if someone on the board takes off, wants to quit, but doesn't want to give the shares back?
You have somebody visit him in the,
Okay,
late Friday evening.
Now we're talking, all right.
Yeah.
So let's elaborate.
No. Well, if he leaves before you issued him, there's no problem. But if he leaves after you've issued him and you've done a deal, it's worth something. But I mean, in 28 years, we've only had 3 problems with getting the shares back. And 2 of them were with Josh, and one was a long, long time ago. And the most Josh paid for his shares, bought some guy 35 cents on the dollar. And the company, let's say he did it when the company was worth $10 million. The guy that had, 5%, it's worth something. But almost none of these guys will fight in court. Because remember, their pensions, they can barely live on. So they're not going to take money out of their their survival money, so to speak, to fight you. Occasionally you'll find a guy from many, many years ago had money, he says, fuck you. And it was a big fight. The kid, the mentee won. But I mean, he must have spent at least $500,000 fighting. But at that time, and you drag it out in court, the company's worth you got $25 million in revenue and you got money to fight. The key is, and that's not going to happen, the key is that you push out the fight as long as you can. Now I do just the opposite. I scorch the earth. I sue them, their mother, their cousins, their dogs, their goldfish. I sue them in every state. I mean, I blitz them. I blitzkrieg them and beat them into submission right away because I don't want to fuck around with it. So I may spend $400,000 or $500,000 up right in front and know I'm going to win. And whereas if I let it over 5 years, I pay maybe $150,000. But I also have a litigation. I wrote a book. It's online for free. Litigation is as a business tool. The 26 or 28 rules of litigation. They use it in law school. That's how good it is. And scorch the earth, just like the big boys do. They paper you to death. You can't hardly win a lawsuit against IBM, you're just wasting your time. Unless you've got money to fight, then you're not. That's why normally the settlement when Dell fights somebody over patent infringement or whatever. But normally they settle. And I used to be, I don't keep track of it anymore. I used to be 217 out of 219 lawsuits, won 217. It's a lot more. I stopped keeping track a number of years ago. So her English is what? She also got tired of people misunderstanding her in Florida, her English. And in, obviously, well, not so obviously, Switzerland, they understand. And she got rid of one of her two businesses. She sold it off. And she has some assistants running the other business. And she's, she's part of the Monte Carlo. She's like Amber and John. She's part of the Monte Carlo set, And she got a new car. I put this on social media. I forget what. Some piece of, it's not a piece of shit, but some car that you kids might like. It's a convertible. What is it? Yeah, it is a piece of shit. I mean, and she's, she thinks that it's easy. It is easy. I say that like I'm looking for validation. It is easy. Yeah.
Getting back to that question, if they're taking off, they're going to know you don't have money either, and they're like, okay, bring it on.
That's exactly right.
Back to shares.
Okay, well then you got to go to the knee resolution. And I'm not suggesting this in any way, shape, manner, form, YouTube. We have had things resolved that way. I would be a disingenuous old lying bastard if I told you. Occasionally, the resolution is, the guy falls down a flight of stairs. I've heard tell. I don't know for sure. But it's no different in life. I mean, sometimes, things get out of hand. Oh, she's a terrific boxer. And what I didn't know when we boxed, we have 3 more questions, one of which is, are you martial arts trained? And I don't care what kind of martial arts. And most people don't consider boxing martial arts. So she said no. And then the other 2 questions, I forget what they were. And her and another gal, black gal, the one I call Black Beauty, both are boxers. And there were only 2 girls, and we normally put the girls against the girls. Not always. And God damn, it was great. And it's the only time, normally during the YouTube comments, they say, get that bum, he can't fight his way out of a wet paper bag. You should put him against a 7-year-old girl. All kind of nasty things, right? And, but damn, they could box. They could box. But I didn't know they boxed. I didn't know Anelli was a boxer either. So then we switched just before Corona, when the last time we had the boxing, we switched that martial arts or boxing trained. And so then a lot of the guys came clean. But for the most part, it was a shit show. But it's done for you kids, a lot of kids, never got screamed at, never got slapped, never got hit in a schoolyard, blah, 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 blah. I might have mentioned that one of the Hall of Famers, $200 or $300 million, his dying wishes, he wants to be in a ballroom brawl. Bikers and chairs and chains and shit. And I've done that. And he makes this guy back there look big. That guy's big compared to this kid. And I said, Bill, believe me, you can die without having to do that, because you'll die there. Because he thinks, I said this, I'm sure, he thinks when they hit you with a bar stool that it collapses like a balsa room bar stool in a movie. But anyway, to the best of my knowledge, he hasn't done that, thank God. But this example is foreigner in the U.S., and everybody tells you can't do it in the U.S. if you're foreign. That's horseshit. That's utter horseshit. But she did switch back to not her main country, but a country that she could speak. And she did admit it is easier in your native language if you're speaking your native language. And the thing that she said, funny enough, the templates worked. Funny enough, anyway. Because that's how, she talks down to everybody, including me. So, yes, sir.
When she was talking to the accounting firm, she said, listen, don't bring me the B squad. I don't want to talk to the junior partners. I only want the
Correct.
senior partners.
That's what you do, too. Your relationship with the accounting firms and the law firm is one person thick, man or woman, the engagement partner. I said this, I think, a day or so ago. They can make shit happen for you. And so you don't want junior people. Now, they've never, that I know of, ever put an intern on any of our guys. But she said, no junior partners, no juniors and no interns. And you can ask legitimately, and it's part of the templates, who is going to staff my deal? And deal's going down. There'll be one engagement partner, there'll probably be two junior partners, and then one or two senior managers. And in accounting firms and the law firms especially are big billing items now. I mean, I told you about the phone call, one senior partner, $5,000 an hour, two middle partners, $2,000 an hour each. It can get expensive, but it's delayed fees. If the deal craters, you're not paying them until the second deal. Some of the kids recently are getting delayed fees on every deal because they're hungry for business. Meaning, normally the delayed fees up to 3 deals. And then if you crater the third deal, adios. Now you can delay, you can do 3 deals well, and then crater a deal and you don't want to pay for it until the next deal. Because they're hungry. They're just a commodity. They're nothing more. Like buying a loaf of bread. They don't like to hear that, but it's the truth. It's the truth. And for the average Joe, it's unheard of to pay somebody $5,000 an hour for the average Joe. And for the average Joe, it's unheard of that you don't have to pay if it goes in the shitter. But that's where we are. But this model's been around, as I told you, since the early 80s when I fucked up and I didn't know about delayed fees. It's been around, not forever, but a long, long time. And remember, they have business budgets, business development budgets. And as Simon said, not Simon the Nazi, but Simon the Bell, he said, and I know it, but I forget to say it sometimes, he had the business, it's not their marketing budget, he had the big law firm, the number 2 law firm in the world, put some of their business development budget in to close the deal. Yeah, that's powerful. They don't do that very often. But he's swinging for the fences now. And like he said, they tell you 1,000 times you can't do it, and then when you do it, they're all over you like a cheap suit. And he's a really vindictive guy, and he slaps the shit out of him. He is. He doesn't try to humiliate him, but he tries to humiliate him. And they just sit there and hit me again. It's unbelievable. I would have never made a partner punch him right now. I'll break his neck like a pencil. I'm not going to take that shit. I'm not telling you to do that. In no way, manner, or shape should you do that. But I'm just telling you, you can press a lot harder than you think. Maybe not as hard as I'm accused of doing back in the 80s, pulling people across conference tables and stuff. But you can press them. And especially if they have the taste of blood, meaning you've done some deals, and they see just big dollar signs or pound signs or euro signs over your head, you can push them hard. And when you really push them is, they say, we're coming up to Christmas. Everybody in this room can get a deal, at least one deal done by Christmas. Absolute. And the accountants and lawyers take time off during Christmas. Not on this deal, asshole. Not on this deal. And and if it's some little chicken shit, 800,000 pounds, no, they're not going to miss their ski trip to Aspen because of that. But I know a lot of the big guys that have done a lot of deals, like these guys and gals. We're celebrating Christmas in January, like Mr. Peña does, and you can push them, and and they'll do it. They'll do it, or they'll lose the engagement. But see, you don't want to work over Christmas. You know, I know guys, seniors in big firms. Dan, it's not us, it's them. Like you said, they're cunts. They can't tell their wife they're not going to be home for Christmas. And that's the truth. That's the truth, even more so now than it used to be. Any other questions about Margot?
Just to make sure I understood. So she was a billionaire with 2 businesses.
She wasn't a billionaire.
Oh.
No. She was a millionaire.
A
with
millionaire.
2 businesses, yeah.
And she went to Florida, did QLA, sold.
From Malta.
From Malta, went to Florida, did QLA, then went back to Switzerland.
Back to Switzerland because she was convinced that I was right to begin with. It's easier in your own foreign language. She did it not to spite me, but to prove a point, you know. And she did. I mean, now she's a big muckety muck in Switzerland. Now I assume her French is perfect, but that may not be the case. But I spoke a little. Je parle français un petit peu, but her French was plenty good enough to talk to me. But I'm sure it's perfect. And her English, you heard what it was like. I mean, you can get by. It's better than our Romanian warrior here. But you can get it done with his poor English as he speaks. It's good enough. As grumbly English as our 2 Asian friends, it's good enough. So I don't misunderstand me by thinking I'm making fun because you can't do it because your English is good. That's bullshit. We have a guy from named Yanaki from Ethiopia. Ethiopia speaks French, right? Yeah, Ethiopia, who came to the UK, not speaking English, and is rolling up healthcare in Manchester. And I got a post on the social media. The big black guy sitting at a table, he's about 3 times bigger than all the white people sitting around the table. That's Yanaki. He says, good morning, goodbye. That's the extent of his English. I think he intimidates them because he's so fucking big that they do the deal because they're afraid of him. I know you watch. I know that's not you. But anyway, it's a better story. And since you're not here to defend yourself, I can say whatever the fuck I want. Anything else about Margot? Okay, now if you had to choose now, as of today, who's left? Oh, I'm good. I'm going to say that before. Of the people you've seen so far, live and on webinar, who do you, no bullshit, don't lie into yourself. Do you relate to any, no, don't raise your hand, John. Do you relate to any of them in any way, shape, manner, or form? I'm going to go through each one that I remember, and I know you'll help me remember. Okay. Because all of them are successful. Some $300 or $400 million successful. Some only $5 or $10 million successful. Between, that's about the $5 or $10 million successful, and $500 or $600 million successful. You've seen, okay. So I'm going to start with Margot, who relates to her not poor English, I don't mean that, but that you think that you might kind of do deals like she's explaining. Margot. Okay? Oh, okay, too. Okay. Anelli, the black guy, the conglomerator. Simon, 440 pounds of love. The elephant hunter. The Belgian waffle, who throw up on his shoes and pants. Okay? We got more Belgian waffles. Okay? I'm leaving out several. Who am I leaving out? Simon the Nazi. How many? Oh, Simon. They don't love you, Simon. Oh, I haven't gotten one. Roberto. And who else? The pig fucker. Have I left anybody out? Whom? Andreas. Oh, God, how can I forget? Andreas. The German machine. He's the Blitzkrieg Nazi. The Goomba brothers. The kneecap specialist. And that's it, right? Oh, fuck. Thomas. Thomas, the zealot, Viking bitch. Okay, now that's a pretty wide spectrum of personalities. all successful. And some of the junior ones are going to be more successful because we're at the beginning of their careers. And you're going to hear some others. I wanted to do it before Markus because you're going to raise your hand about Markus, and I'm not going to agree with you. Markus is the guy that's got the closest personality to me. That's been around. He attended the first mentor seminar I gave, which was in the summer of 2010. And he's done terrific. I mean, okay, of all those people that we mentioned, I would greatly disagree with some of your choices. You think that you can relate to them. But it doesn't mean you can't in the future relate to them. Because sales and positioning yourself and reshaping the situation to your favor is an art that you learn. Over time. And unfortunately, you got to make mistakes in the beginning. You got to have speed bumps and you can step on your own dick. But all those things can be learned. The younger kids that have the softer personalities, Belgian Waffle isn't what he was 2 years ago. I mean, he's better. All these kids are getting better at it. And they're refining their craft. It's like, you know, when you play golf, I've only met a couple of people that played golf and broke 100 the first time they ever played. Okay? And you see them the first time and they say, my God, that guy or that girl is never going to be able to do anything. And then, you know, they get to be really fine golfers. The same thing in almost any sport. When I started playing golf, I've been playing golf, well, not recently, but I've been playing golf since I'm 13. I got to be a really fucking good golfer. And I started playing tennis when I was 14. I wasn't as good a tennis player as I was a golfer. But I refined mainly because I'm uncoordinated, you know, naturally uncoordinated. But you can become those things. You can. And when Andrea said, he taped himself, when we talk about the presentation skills tomorrow, tape yourself. First, listening just the voice. And then tape yourself, because now everybody's got an iPhone, you can make a presentation for yourself. You will be horrified how poor your skills are. I mean, it will be shocking, you know, how poor your skills are. And that's why I tell you to go to improv and I tell you to go to Toastmasters, because you can develop these. I flunked public speaking in high school. I flunked public speaking the first time I took it in college, and I got a D the second time. And when I was giving speeches for the Wall Street firm I made 200 speeches in a year, and I got good at about 120 or 130. They threw plates at me at lunch. They threw rolls at me. At the end, before I turned the corner, they threw knives and forks at me. Literally. And I just kept back. So you can improve your skills. Well, if you don't improve your skills, guys and two gals, you're going to die on the vine. Okay? Okay. Any questions, first of all, about any of the guys and gals we just talked about? Okay. Nothing about Margot. We've gone through the chairman, through the acquisition a couple of times. You have templates on all this. We're going to listen to Markus now, who is one of the most successful I've trained in 28 years, and his presentation skills are poor. His public speaking skills are poor. His presence is poor. So you listen and you figure it out. The guys that I bid against for the fuel contract are still bidding. I mean, they're still there. They have offices in D.C. I mean, you can make a lot of money. And the government's always overpaid. Wrongfully, yeah.
Are these contracts required as an open book? So they want to see, you know, how much you're billing?
No.
Okay.
Well, I can only speak my own experience. All I did is I bid $1.05 for the JP4 and $1.06. This is a gallon for the JP5, and it was costing me $1 and $1.01. So I was making roughly a nickel spread a gallon times 82 jillion. And those nickels add up pretty quick. And then I got my foreclosure notice just about the same time, or just a little before I got that contract. Danny, give me that. You didn't show it to your mother, did you? Give me that card. But I mean, it is, and you know, very few people. I think it's easier here in the UK. I just do. I'm not saying that because they're dumb or anything. But in the U.S., there's a plethora of sources to get contracts from the municipality, city, county, state. There's all kinds. And part of the Goomba brothers, they didn't bring that up. They bid on some of the maintenance of some of the government buildings. But if you're just white and male, it doesn't mean shit. But if you're got a different ethnicity or you're a gal,
I haven't heard for.
They have contracts in Switzerland.
I haven't heard that this is possible and how it's done before. So I have.
Well, I mean, the cantons they bid out, and I would imagine because my experience in Switzerland is bureaucratic as hell. I mean, it's almost like you got to give me a reason why I'll give you the free form. You know, get the free form on the internet. What do you bother me for? I mean, that's the kind of attitude. But I had a mentee about 5-6 years ago that rolled up tax services, small independent tax services that were different from the big accounting firms. And he was an American from Alaska, but had lived there and married. He's been there for a jillion years. He rolled up. He's exited now. He exited and sold out to, I want to say Deloitte, maybe. And he made, I don't know, 50 million Swiss francs. But, I mean, you should at least look at it. Some places it's easier. Yes, sir.
In the webinar, Markus mentioned a sheet with the industry margin.
One small Malaysian beat to death tonight. Okay. We pass that. And now this is, we normally don't show this when we're online. This is secret sauce. That's no place that I have ever found. This is a penultimate draft. That means next to last draft of a quality of earnings report from a major accounting firm on a healthcare deal. It's one of the deals that I personally was in. And it shows you where you stand on a gazillion items that they check. The banks will want a quality of earnings. The accountants will do the banks will probably do their own quality of earnings. These are our bigger deals. 3, 4, 5, 10 million, not 1,500, 1.5 million or anything like that. And then the accountants will do it. But when they start the quality of earnings, you tell them, if there's even amber flags, if anything doesn't smell right, tell me now. So you don't waste 50, 80, 200 grand in doing it and then tell me. This one passed. This was the second to last report. And he'll pass them out. And then when Markus was here, we didn't have any of this shit when I came through. And he's come through 7 times. We only started this about 4 years ago. And so, because I continue to try to give you as much material that's legal to help you, ascertain, get a deal done. And I said the first day, you really just want me to go get the deal done for you and sit with you, but I don't do that. This is a snapshot. The other one is a snapshot of industries, what the generally accepted EBITDA spreads are. And the ones, I would only focus on the ones that are low EBITDA spreads. I mean, because you're pissing in the wind, if you're not putting up any money, and you have no equity portion, you're just wasting your time. And some people won't even talk to you. Now, you asked me about, little Romanian guy asked me about proof of funds. Okay. Well, when you get up into the, 20, 30 times EBITDA, they want, not just because you say you have a proof of funds, they want to talk to the banker. Is it in his account? How much money? We need $87 million in equity. The guy's got, he's overdrawn $400, you know? So that's not what you're going to hear. So it's pretty straightforward. Now, you're also going to get our quality of earnings report, which is basically 100 questions. And your lawyers will have a quality of earnings, and your lawyer's quality of earnings will be bent towards legal issues. This one is bent towards cash flow and whether you can produce the earnings again based on what you told somebody. In other words, can you meet the debt service going forward? That's what it really should say, the name of the report. Because it's really not earnings. It's a derivative of cash flow. But anyway, that's more information you need.
How does the government contract strategy fits into the plain vanilla QLA rollout?
Oh, no, to get started so you don't starve to death in the beginning.
What?
To get started and don't starve to death in the beginning. It gives you a means of cash flow. It has nothing to do with fucking Q. Well, I won't say that. I started this way, and then I pivoted, I guess, into QLA. But if you're not eating, and you can't pay your bills, and you're not able to put food on the table, you don't have an opportunity to do QLA. So this is how I started, because I didn't have any money. Some of the kids have done this. But if you got a job, keep it. You can work a job and QLA at the same time. Andrews Milner did it for a year and a half. We had 60-hour-a-week job, 60-hour-a-week QLA, Josh Kim, and a lot of the other guys have done it. If you're in the military, you can do QLA. If you're a student, you can do QLA. But I tell more students, if you're not in your last classes of being a student, get out and do it. Of course, you got to support yourself. Unfortunately, most students then wind up living at home, which can be very detrimental to your QLA march, because in general, parents are not going to be supportive. In general, some are, but most aren't. Once in a while, parents will like it so much and say, well, we'll support you in the next couple of years. That doesn't happen very often, but it has happened. And, when it first happened, it's like, is this a trick? Fuck, why, But some parents, really do mean, I support anything you want. They really do mean that. Most don't. That's just a fucking lie. And remember, my parents only had one goal for me, to keep me alive to the age of reason. My dad didn't know if it was going to be 15, 20, 30, 40. Some people say I still haven't reached the age of reason. Monetarily, I wasn't supported. But by the same token, until my mother moved here and died here, I never gave any money to my parents or anybody in the family. And they didn't ask. Any questions? I want to hand it out? Yep.
This sheet is for US. Is it applicable for UK?
Well, no. It depends. Most industries have roughly the same spreads. Whether it's now in Russia and a few other places, it's not. But construction, property, medicine, it's about the same, plus or minus 5%. So close enough for government work. And my kids, you guys have produced. Now I produced the quality of earnings, but you guys produced that chart. During the hardcore a couple of years ago, we put together a bunch of stats and said, wouldn't it be useful if we knew what the spread was? And I said, I guess it would. So they produced it, and we double-checked it, and it's accurate. And so we give it to you guys as an extra tool. Anything else? Yes, sir.
Can you explain what is this quality of earnings and how do we use it?
I thought I did explain. Okay. The quality of earnings. Okay. I wish my Spanish was good enough. But the quality of earnings come into play basically two times. One, when you go to a commercial bank. Now, the old 84-year-old lady is going to be interested in this quality of earnings. When you go to a commercial bank, and whether you're doing 100% finance, 120% finance, or 50% finance, they're going to want to know, are you capable, do you have the ability within the organization, the unit that you're buying, to pay back the debt? on time. So are the earnings that the debt is going to come from enough to pay your debt payment? That's one question, but they look at 145 things, because really 145 things will affect whether you can pay. The second time it comes into use is when the accountants, now the bank will do their own quality of earnings, and the accountants will do another quality of earnings when you're going to do an audit, etc. Now, the bank, if they believe and trust and have done work with the accounting firm, will accept the accounting firm's quality of earnings. These are BDO quality of earnings for a healthcare deal on Florida, I think, in Florida. And so, I mean, BDO owns that market more or less, and so they accept it readily. They don't ask. They even accept it in Georgia, I'm told. I can't prove that, but okay. So that's what you use it for. As they're going through, and by the way, when they say they're going to audit you, we don't audit acquisition candidates. Audit is they check every third or fourth invoice, every third or fourth piece of paper, etc. And on hundreds and millions of dollar acquisitions, they check every 50th piece of paper. Okay, there's an audit, a review, and a compilation that you can get the accountants to do. They will put their name on all of them. An audit is the only thing that's worth a shit. A review is they're reviewing the numbers that you give them, like your spreadsheet shit. Okay, that's a review. A compilation is the lowest on the totem pole. A compilation may or may not be all the numbers. It's the numbers that you choose to give them to review, and it's worth next to nothing, other than it's on the accounting firm stationery. And I'm not saying you use this to trick people, but many person unsuspecting has been tricked because it's got the logo of BDO or PwC. This quality of earnings is neither of those. This quality of earnings are select data points that they pick out that they know will be instrumental in allowing you to have the money to pay or not pay debt service. And it's not like 80%, 92%. It's either you fail or you pass. Credit failed, that's it. And you want them to give you the information as soon as they're into it, and it may take 2 weeks or it may take 5 days, depending on the size of the organization. You want to know if there's any shit that may come up. Because a lot of times you can cure it on the spot. Meaning fix it on the spot. But once the report's out, you're fucked. There's no curing. You can't fix it. You can't go back retrospectively and fix it. That's why I tell the kids, always ask. It also stops the billing if it's not going to go through and they're 1/3 through and you can't cure it. Why are you going to spend the other amount of money? And you're going to get ours. You're going to get the QLA one. And it's about 100 questions. And they're very similar to these. But they're more a combination of the legal side, quality of earnings. Do they have the contract? Do they really own the building? I've had you kids buy shit when they're going to buy the building. You know, I told them not. They think they buy the building and they don't own it. I mean, how ignorant? Well, we know how ignorant they can be. Or they've got a 25-year lease and it expired last year. Don't buy the building. It's a lot easier. Lease it. And there's been people that have been in the building 6, 7, 8 years. You're going to lease it from them, and they can't produce the master lease because they haven't paid the master lease, and somehow it slipped through the crack, and the big commercial owner shows up. What are you doing here? And when you close on a Friday, a lot of people like to close on Friday. You change the bank shit Friday morning as they're signing the papers. You change the codes, passwords, everything. And you sleep there Friday night. They don't have any beds for you. Medical offices, dental, mortuary. You show up Monday morning, the cupboards are empty. The cupboards are empty. And if you haven't changed the password, all the bank accounts are empty. The veterinarian guy, the lawyer, who's smarter than this, right? Criminal lawyer. They closed on Thursday. He shows up on Monday, and the only thing they didn't take were the pets in the little cages that hadn't been fed all weekend. Bulldogs, I think. In the old days, and I'm old enough, you could close on Friday and expect the shit to be there on Monday. And the ethnicities that the Viking bitch was alluding to, armed guards you need. They'll pull up to the back, these big super trucks, 40-wheelers. They'll take the tile on the floor, the light fixtures, the toilets, and then you show up. I didn't know we bought it this way. Really, when I see you guys going through these clothes, it makes me chuckle, how innocent babes. You're bored, guys, and you should involve your board when you're moving in. They'll tell you, a lot, well, they're old, they don't want to bother them over the weekend. Fuck that. I mean, they'll tell you, I say, oh, man, especially in construction when they steal everything. I mean, even the wire, the copper wire in the wire. And I don't miss that. I wouldn't wish that. Now, you know exactly what I'm talking about, but, okay, so that's what you use it for. Did I answer your question? Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Did you say that we don't want to audit the acquisition candidates?
No.
We do.
Okay, no. When you do your due diligence, that is not an audit. When you do your due diligence, an audit is when you're really an audit's not anything unless you're doing a due diligence which is similar to a quality of earnings. So they're spot checking. And an audit is supposed to do more than spot check, but they still don't check every single document. They don't. They're doing, and on small deals, less than $1 million or $1.5 million, you have the full capability from your board to do a review for purchase. Now, and I told you this a couple of days ago. Some of the guys will say, I haven't been out in the field in 25 years. Well, good. You can join us anyway. You sharpen up your tools. But on a deal that's $1.5 million or larger, you want the accounting firm. And why? Because if you make a mistake on your own, who are you going to sue? Yourself? And if they make a mistake from a big accounting firm, they have deep pockets because they have malpractice insurance. Now, I told you, some of the morons go out when they're recruiting accountants say, oh, I want a big accounting firm so I can sue you because you've got big malpractice insurance. They're that stupid. The current generation are brain dead. But if you're bored, the accountant, the lawyer say, I don't feel comfortable doing that. Don't make them. Make them be with the accounting firm that's doing the review. Let them go along so they can refresh their memory. But having these board members isn't that they're just going to sign up and show up once a year for a board meeting. You're going to work these guys. I mean, you're going to ride them like a rented mule. In this country, there are commercials about save the mules or some shit, and they really pathetically, they're beaten and they're lazy. Not that bad, but a step above that is how you're going to work the directors. Now, you don't wind up for $5 or $10 million for nothing, just for your name. You got to do something, and part of that something is to give you entree to their professional Rolodex, and they will when they see that you're doing deals. Don't expect it until you've done deals. Here's my 5:30. Today we eat in there, which is pretty obvious as you can see through the curtain. I may bring in the puppies, the bulldogs, but I was surprised. I went to my office to read your stuff, and that reminds me, I looked out of the corner of my eye, I saw the big puppy sleeping next to a little teeny basket, and I looked in and the little puppy was there. And I saw the puppy, Great Dane, which isn't so little, sleeping kind of catty corner. Something's wrong here. Somebody left a little fucking puppy. So I go in and I look around and everybody's asleep. And so Kim said, well, they're just getting along like peas in a pod. But the big Great Dane, the adult, the one that killed the deer yesterday, she doesn't have anything to do with the little one yet. But the little one is trying to bite. She can't reach her nipples up here. Bites her tail and her feet, and so then the big Great Dane jumps up on a couch that the little one can't get up on. But so far, so good, and it could be a lot worse, believe me. And she's still, she's only pooed in the house a couple times, but this is good. This is good. Sally's happy. Okay, if nothing else, I'll see you at dinner, and I'll see you at my 5:30 at 5:30. And just somebody look at ukgovernment.co. I forget how. I mean, there's 100 million contracts. Just take a look. I mean, or I don't know if Romania has any contracts. It is so ripe for what we're doing, and yet not many people take advantage of it. It makes me happy when I get emails, and then we verify the emails of people that never came to the seminar that got rich. That gets my nuts off. When this seminar started in 1993, and the council seminar, like we have one-on-one half an hour. 30 minutes is too much. I used to give 2 hours one-on-one. It was like psychotherapy. And then I went to 1.5. 1. Now 30 minutes. I think next year I'm going to give 5 minutes one-on-one. Because it doesn't do any good. Because at the end of the day, you only hear what you want to hear from me. Most of you in this room should turn, to the extent that you have a business, vis-a-vis if you're really serious about creating generational wealth, you turn the key. Just close the motherfucker down and walk away and go like, no mas, like Roberto Duran said. Some of you that are going to turn your key on the business will take 6 months, a year, 3 years. And you could have been doing something positive during that same time frame. The 50 hours you're going to spend here, see, the average age in here is, I believe, 39, if I remember correctly. Yeah. No, average age 33. Oldest 49, youngest 19, average 33. So you've been around about 263,000 hours, maybe 275,000 hours. These 50 hours, more or less, you can change your life. Only if you want to. I read sarcasm in some of your homework. You got nothing to be... Why you would think life is funny, I have no fucking idea. We're on dual parallel universes or something. Most of you, I said already, most of you shouldn't have been born. But at least some of you should have blown your brains out by now. And when I see you on the phones and during the breaks or in the morning, back when we created a lot of billionaires, we took your phones away. Just imagine not being able to talk for a week. We used to keep track in the late 90s, in the mid 2000s. Did anybody create any wealth on any phone call they made or received during the seminar? We had one person the 3 years that we did it. One. You can imagine the excuses that I got, and we used to put them in writing, why you needed to call so-and-so, or why you needed to take this call, or why you needed to be on this conference call. But when it got down to how much fucking money did we make, or you make, nothing. Most of the calls were because you didn't trust your employees for the stuff that you delegated to them. Or you didn't trust your wife. Or you didn't trust your significant other. I told you I have 3 phones, 3 toll-free numbers, and my kids have called me 0. 0, and they have to make an appointment to talk to me. We're going public with the company, and I'm not reading any of the drafts. If I don't have the right people in place, and we're going fucking public, then I might as well blow my brains out. I ask every morning, Kat, is there anything life-threatening? And she says, no. She scans them. You'd be on the fucking phone. Adding no value. If you're really serious, and most of you aren't, about creating generational wealth, and when you start keeping track of everything you do every minute of the day in that report that you're going to get tomorrow afternoon, your phone calls will go down from, let's say they're 50, they'll go down to 5. If they're 10, they'll go down to 1. Because time's money. Just as when we used to do the one-on-one a couple hours, we had less people because I couldn't do 2 hours. In those days we had 10, 12 people attending the seminar. It'd be better if you just sent me the money and didn't come. And I could do the seminars like Tony Robbins used to do in the 90s. And I have a big picture of myself, a video that's just a loop, same bullshit, loop, 3 hours. We had a loop during my 70th birthday in the bar. And it's from the time I was a little kid like that up there till the time I was 70. And it was about maybe 3 hours. I don't know. Kat and everybody put it together. But if you came in at the right time, you see me again, the same thing. But 3 hours later, but the same loop. Some people think that life's just a loop. Well, You can do it. And actually, we can go up to 77 because we've had people here 77 years old that turned a new leaf, so to speak. But it is harder. The older you get, the harder it is. And the sayings about a dog learning new tricks is absolutely true. For the young kids, it's like water off a duck's back, and that's why the 13, 14, 15, and 16-year-olds have it so easy because they don't have baggage like you. Remember that slide early the first day about that Indian guy with all the fucking shit he's carrying baggage over, and he's on a bike? For the guys that are 40 and over, that's you with baggage. Last night you saw Steve. I've never met Steve, but he's a alpha male, super salesman, and I hope you caught the fact he doesn't know anything about computers or software or anything. Nothing. And you guys want to know. You saw the tennis guy who knows nothing. And I can go on and on and on. And I told you the reason why you want to know so much detail is because you want to push it off. Because once you have enough information that you think you should move forward, now the pressure's on you. And most of you have a history of stepping on your dick, so you step on your dick again. Comments about Steve?
He's just a fucking salesman.
Amen. And for those of you kids that went to school and got degrees, your parents didn't send you to school to be a fucking salesman. When I was growing up, if their parents were salesmen, and they, traveling salesmen were in my youth, 50s and early 60s. Your dad got on the road, he came back after 10, 15, 20 days. But the kids didn't say, my dad's a salesman. My dad's an industrial engineer. Or my dad's a this. Bus drivers were something else. Because the family was embarrassed that he was a traveling salesman. Your families will not want, I'm a salesman that have taken my sales skills to the very top. Your family, your wives, your significant others don't want to know you're a fucking just a scumbag salesman. And that's all you are. Don't delude yourself. When you make this program work, you're a salesman. Boy, I just said that your mama died. Looking at your faces. You're just a shitbag salesman. Very highly paid. What else about Steve? Yeah, again.
Recruiting people is the hardest thing.
You know, the currency of the day or the year or the century are people. Without good people, you got shit. And there's a reason why Google, Facebook have between a 7 and a 12 interview process for hiring. Because it's really important. And now, not like before, it's important that they fit into their culture. The culture would anybody in this room that's going to go out and start something new to create generational wealth, the culture will be from you down, the founders down. Google has a certain culture with the two founders. Microsoft had a culture beginning with Bill, and obviously Ford, old man Ford, the first Ford, had a culture that still exists. So culture runs downhill, kind of like pee down the inside of your leg. He's a great CEO. He bought the Clippers, and everybody thought because he can't keep his mouth shut and he can't keep from jumping around that he would fuck up not just that team, but entire basketball. But much to everybody's dismay, he stayed out of basketball. And he's still currently, I believe, the largest shareholder in Microsoft, I believe. What else about Steve? Yes, sir.
He's very passionate and energetic in what he does.
Most of you in this room are like the wife that you fuck at night, a dead fish. We had a guy a couple of years ago, Israeli kid. And every question was directly or indirectly, and if you watch the YouTubes, How do you maintain your energy? Huh? How do you maintain your energy? He was dead from the, right now in the class, this time, and he just got deader. That's not a word. More dead the longer the day went on. But he woke up dead. How do you maintain your energy? By this day in the seminar with him, I mean, the other people started mocking him. How do you maintain your energy? But Elon's got energy. Bill had energy. Now, these are introvert guys, okay? But Ballmer's got energy, and it's obvious because he's an extrovert, and he's an alpha male, and it just shows. I don't know if it showed on the film, but before the other part of that YouTube, he said he was nervous because he knew this is going to be on YouTube forever. And he likes to say bad words. He didn't say one bad word. When I was at Oxford, I only said fuck twice. And then I caught myself and I turned to the moderator. You already did it, Mr. Peña. So I turned back, but I was pretty good. In the beginning, when I started pitching schools to speak at, we'd give them the Oxford tape, because the Oxford tape, I seemed fairly calm. But wasn't really me, but as I got rolling, I used more bad words and more bad words. Now the most popular one, flavor of the day, is University of Pennsylvania, the last one I did 2 years ago. What else about Steve? Yes, sir.
He mentions in both interviews that all you have to do is be a one-trick pony.
The big guys worry about if they're going to be a one-trick pony. I would pray to Allah. I would give a year off my life for you just to be a one-trick pony. I'm not looking for two-trick ponies or three-trick ponies. And I've got some guys that are two- and three-trick ponies. But yeah, one-trick pony, I'll be satisfied. You will have repaid me. And again, I think you've noticed, but I'll just reiterate it, puff smoke up my ass. Roberto and the Goomba brothers, I mean, they're thankful. Because even though they were pretty successful, now they're super rich. And there's a big difference. This morning when I was my arthritis is bad, I can't tie my shoes very well anymore. And so you constantly see me go like this. So somehow the puppy was up there and pulled my shoelaces out. So I'm trying to put them back in, and Sally's looking over at me. If I don't ask for help, I don't need help. So I finally get it. And I said, Sally, do you think about how we don't have a budget? And she stopped. Like I was going to make her stop spending money or something, I think. I don't know exactly, but she was putting on her tennis shoes. She kind of turned and looked at me and said, no, I don't really think about it. And I said, it's kind of special, isn't it? And then she says, it's extremely special. And I said, the kids that I'm getting ready to come out and talk, some of them, are living paycheck to paycheck. Hand to mouth, they used to say when I was a kid. And even though they don't call it hand to mouth, it is hand to mouth. And I said that we haven't experienced that in decades. But I still remember when I was poor like that, I still remember. I remember getting those little guns, which was a big expense. My grandmother gave them to me. My parents didn't. So I know even though it doesn't seem like I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. And I know the first cold call you're going to make, your stomach's going to be gurgling from nerves. And whether you throw up or not, like some of the kids do, or have, or still doing, that's, it depends on your own capacity for pain, not physical pain. Even though physical pain is not easy, but it's a hell of a lot easier than emotional pain. Emotional pain is the kind that's, when they stop beating you and they put you in bed and they give you a blanket or they don't give you a blanket, your body can recuperate until the next time they beat you. But with emotional pain, it doesn't go away. It just doesn't fucking go away. It's there. And the more that you learn to be comfortable being uncomfortable, and that's a tough concept to talk about or to sell. I'm not trying to sell it. I'm just telling you, the kids that you heard, and we could have 500 of these webinars, have learned to take it. you know, and there's a pain of, the biggest pain is the pain of regret, that you didn't do it or that you didn't do it enough. One of the reasons that I'm still working, charging hard towards the gunfire at my age is because as successful as I've been, as many of the kids like you that I've trained to be extremely wealthy, I still left a lot on the table. Still. And fortunately, because I'm healthy, but I work at it being healthy, I'm going to get a bunch done more before I'm 100. We've never had a man live past 94 in my family. So I'm going to be the first to be 100, and I plan on packing it in when I'm 120. And that picture up there of me down on the bottom is supposed to be me now, 90 and 100. And I'm not so sure. I don't want to look that bad when I'm 100, but anyway. What else about Steve? Yes, sir.
I think I heard him say board members are there to govern, not lead.
Correct. They're to govern. They're to keep you out of jail. And I mean that literally for some of the young guys. Because you can do some shit. I mean, when you own 60%, you have the control. And if the board votes against you, you just adjourn the meeting. You tell them you're all fired. You hold, or you ask to have an extraordinary general meeting 2 weeks later, and there's only one thing on the agenda: new board, new slate, and their names aren't on it. So as long as you have voting control, not board members, because if they've got 8 votes and you've got 1, that's not what I mean. But as long as you control the shares, like I keep yelling and screaming, you can't get thrown out. As long as you maintain 50.1% of the stock. So you just call for another extraordinary meeting, and there's only one thing on the agenda. Of course, when you do that, they all know what's going on. So unless they plan on suing you, they can't sue you, or anybody can sue anybody, but they can't sue you and win if you have more than 50% of the shares. So even if they don't vote, even though you will, this afternoon and tomorrow when we talk about how you run a board meeting, you want all the votes to be unanimous in favor. Because when you go to court, when you go downtown, and the opposing lawyer is saying that this is a 5-4, all the things were 5-4 or whatever, because you intimidated and you bulldozed your way through. They can't say that when all the votes were 100% in your favor, because they'll look at ways to chip away at your control. And we've never lost, none of you kids in 28 years have ever lost a battle for control that followed the steps. I should just have that printed on my chest. If you follow the steps, or tattooed on my forehead. And a couple of you asked me on the one-on-one, I know you say it a lot, Mr. Peña. And I said, yeah, I know, because, you're not going to do it. And some of you will not, historically, some of the kids don't follow the steps, not on purpose, because they either misunderstood, because they were thick. You don't have to be bright to do this, but if you don't understand, have your wife or your girlfriend or your mistress or your father read the fucking thing to make sure you understand what it means. If you follow the steps, it's impossible to get thrown out. And actually, if you follow the steps, it's impossible not to get rich. Rich, the low millions to the billions. And the billions are pretty articulate. They've got pretty good sales skills. And I told you the first day, if you get 5% of my communication skills, you're a billionaire. They don't have to be as smooth as me. And I don't always say fuck, cunt, shit when I'm talking. I know, I've met the Queen. I know how to talk. But it's more effective. And I know Prince Philip, who passed away, the Queen's consort for 70 years, he swore like a drunken sailor because he was a drunken sailor. Anything else about Steve? Now, the first thing we're going to do, we're secret sauce, we're going to go over the formula, because I want a day or two for you to sink in if you have additional questions. The formula for how we buy these things. And if you buy them this way, you're in like Flynn. he doesn't say this, but there's gold in the streets in South Africa because it's all fucked up. It's chaotic. And from chaos comes order. There's places in South America. But I mean, it's rough down there. I mean, Sally and I were there, and it's the first time I've ever been locked in a restaurant with AK-47 guards protect to make sure nobody comes in the restaurant. You know, iron bars. When Sally was going to go out and run on the beach, and they told me, not her, the concierge said, she's not taking a camera or a cell phone, is she? And she shouldn't wear any jewelry. And she says, better yet, she doesn't go running on the beach, and she runs inside the compound. But, you know, I'm sure he's dealing with it, no problem. Any questions or comments about Nelly? Cumulatively, in the last few years, he's done the most. And he came in April of 2018. Yes, sir.
I'm not sure if he's more passionate, but he sure as hell is more ruthless.
Well, I mean, you can't, and he was pretty successful before he came here, but you can't be raised, similar to where I was raised. You can't live, you know, past a certain age without getting the shit thumped out of you, stabbed, shot at, kidnapped. And look at you. You know, you complain if you got a fucking hangnail. That's just the way it is, guys. But I mean, Thomas didn't, you know, there's no rough life in Toronto. You know, but, so it's easier for him to be tougher. And I don't think he's so fucking tough myself, but I certainly know tougher. But he just took, you know, walk away from his business. Like I told you, some of you, your first deal should be you, and the rest of you turn the key. That makes it real simple. Anything else about Nelly? He's done terrific, though. I mean, bless you.
Just what exactly did he mean by kind of like just judge the business?
No, well, I mean, he takes that from me. When you're doing your due diligence and it's manufacturing, okay? The sign's crooked. It's not painted. The building looks like dog shit. There's trash in the main drive. In the upper building, 6, 7, there's broken windows. The flagpole is got a flag that looked like it came from the Civil War. Not because of the Civil War, but because it's so old and battered. You walk in the reception, they've got 4-year-old magazines on the reception tables. Like in 1950 movie, you got a reception chewing gum, you know, and you go on from there. You go into the toilets. I was going to the toilets before. Toilets are filthy. And I mean, it's good for practice, but the first thing, you know, I knocked 25% off the value just from there. Then you go into the manufacturing floor, even though I'm not a manufacturing expert by any means, but I know when the lathes and the machines aren't oiled properly. I know when they're over-oiled. I know when they've cleaned the shit around the lathe. You know how when you get a haircut, the hair falls on the ground, right? You go into a barbershop and there's 3 days hair on the ground. I mean, it's the same analogy for buying assets. When we were buying assets in India, I didn't realize when we were buying buildings, 40 to 60% of all elevators don't work in India. 40 to 60. Some of the ones that are broken don't even have a yellow fucking tape so you don't fall in. I didn't know that. You know, I think I told you Gallup did a poll in 2016. 86% of the people on the planet are unhappy. You go to India, it's 99.9% of the people in India are unhappy, except for the rich. They have 5 stories and above. They have buildings that are like this around, and then there's like a garden shit, trees in the middle. They have nets for the leapers, for the people committing suicide daily. I asked Pratak Hegde, if you see this, Pratap, God bless you. He was the CEO of our worldwide Indian man, who made me look weak. And he said, those are the fucking leapers, Mr. P. Leaper what? People plunging to their death because they're unhappy, because somebody fucked them on Facebook. The country's on the brink of suicide. Everybody's there. They don't tell you that. There's some wonderful things to see in India. But if you're looking, buy business and move businesses, I mean, fuck. Leapers. I only saw one leaper. Some girl did a swan dive from the 11th floor. And if you're from the real high floors, you break through the net. Even though they're little guys like a Malaysia guy. If you get up high enough, the velocity, you break through the fucking net. And then they all get around, she broke through the net, and I'm taking pictures of her. No, she didn't lay airborne, but her boyfriend broke up with her on Facebook. I mean, same thing in America. They don't have nothing to leap off, but they kill themselves. That's where we are. Who gives a shit if somebody breaks up with you? Less problems. Use hookers. I'm telling you. It's a wonderful idea.
You'll enjoy this, but whenever I was learning to fly, the instructor I was telling you about, his famous saying was, if it flies, floats, or fucks, rent it.
Correct. Yeah, I've heard that before as well. Other questions about Anelli? And he's just, he's, of the guys that will talk to us, he's one of the best I've got. But the guys that won't talk to us, well, I can't really. But we got a bunch of them. But
he said that he did like one or two seller finance deal, but he makes like really big deals. So I'm wondering at which point.
I told you earlier, if you want an elephant, and I'm not telling you to do this because you're going to strike out 10 in a row and you're going to say QLA doesn't work. But if you want to hunt motherfucking dinosaur elephants, I mean, the Fortune 1000, the FTSE 100, and whatever other, you just go down and see who's divesting what, who's selling what. Those big company names that he named, I'm not going to name them on YouTube, decided either 3 years ago, 2 years ago, or 1 year ago, we want them off the balance sheet. Senior VP of fuck, whatever you are, get rid of them. And remember, you want to get them before they're written off to zero, because then they go to a different department. And it's the same buying assets from banks. You don't want them to be written off. You want them before they're written off. We chased the loan. We were unfortunate. It was a big healthcare deal. The loan we wrote down from 86 million, 56 million, because it has to report within the quarterlies numbers, 36 million. When it got down to 6 million, I said, now. But somebody had already bought it. They must have been sitting in the fucking lobby in my numbnuts U, and I'm chairman of the company. That's not exactly, I altered the truth a little to protect the guilty. But the bank wanted to get rid of it. They waited a little too long because you want to catch the bottom of the market. You're not the only one that wants to catch the bottom and the top of the market. But I mean, he's doing well. He's doing well. I mean, considering he's done this in 40 months, and he's a young guy, and I wouldn't bet against him to be the richest guy on the African continent. But he's pretty aggressive, and he's pretty enthusiastic, as you can tell. He's not a librarian that wouldn't say shit if it was in her mouth, his or her mouth. His or her mouth. You see the difference? I mean, to me, I'm jaded. It's as obvious as the difference between the black lady and the white lady. That's how apparent it is to me. The difference between the doers and the non-doers, not even the ones that flap their mouth about doing something they don't. It's just, and that's how obvious it is. And that's how obvious it is when you get out there and competing against these guys and gals. They don't care what color you are. They don't care what gender. Well, I say that. I'm not there, but I don't believe now in almost 22, they care what gender you were or are. But they, if cash flow covers motherfucking debt service, and he's talking about 3, 4, 5 times debt coverage. So for you to think they're not out there, it's criminal, really. But I know, yeah.
What size companies is he acquiring now?
Well, on the cheap end, well, one of his favorite is the one that he bid $43 million, and the inside management, blah, 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 and he wound up paying $50 million, and he bought that from a big telco. They decided they didn't want to be in that business. Now, some of the times they decide they don't want to be in South Africa for him, okay? We had a 10-year plan in South Africa. It hasn't worked out like we wanted it to, so we want to get rid of it. But not just South Africa. Siemens, even the Onassis people decide they want to get rid of some shit. But when the Onassis people get rid of it, it is shit. They have run that motherfucker. It's falling apart. It can barely float. You know, they got little minions and dwarfs and midgets sucking up the holes in the bottom so it doesn't sink. So when the Greeks in general get rid of an asset, you might as well just drown it, you know, put it in a canyon. And that's what they do. They sink ships in canyons and insurance companies pay off. That's rule number 101 for shipping on the high sea. And it's a miracle in 140 years, my numbers are old, it'd be 180 years now, they've never lost a man at sea. And they've sunk 31 ships. 31 ships, they didn't sink it, it crashed and, you know. How's that? It's a miracle. It's like Grazio's 7 Wives at Sea. What are the odds of that happening, Mr. Peña? So don't be out buying assets from the Greeks. Forget that. I'll take that back. Anything else about Anelli? Yes, sir. Are you going to ask me 60-40 again?
No.
Good.
Did he say that the accountants and lawyers were stalling and he had to kind of nudge them a little bit to make sure that the deal continues?
Yeah, but it was over holiday. And none of these guys, even the hype, unless you kick them in the balls, want to close deals over the holidays. Christmas being the primary one. Thanksgiving, which I think we're in. Are we in Thanksgiving? Okay. This is a long holiday. I mean, the engagement partner would not volunteer to be working over this weekend. And so you have to nudge them. And one of the reasons some of the guys use 2 lawyers and 2 accounting firms is, you know, leverage, threat. And a lot of the relationships, you don't want them to love you, you want them to respect you. They're not congenial, slappy happy like in the movies. They're like Succession and Billionaire. That's why I wanted you to see those. And I know guys infinitely more ruthless than those 2 fucking programs. Those would be in the nursery rhyme. I mean, these guys that, I mean, they're just, but I don't even think it's ruthless, you know. When you kids call me ruthless, it's just, you know, it's a joke. Because I'm tough as nails. I am, you know. I would stick my dick in your mouth and take your last breath away. But that's not ruthless. Not where I come from, it's not. You know, I chopped your tits off and chopped your dick off and shoved it up your wife's ass. Now that's ruthless. And I know guys that do that too. Every time I look at you, I'm thinking of Hong Kong. Hong Kong, people want to leave. They don't want to be under Chinese control. It's like diamonds in the street. And they'll pretend to not know what seller finance is, but they do know what seller finance. But I wouldn't be trying to buy assets from Hong Kong. You live in Toronto. You got to be there. And if you're not Chinese, you better have a Chinese partner. More than one Chinese partner. There was another, yes ma'am, Alexandra.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Your time, like doing business in the South, we tend to have like these really short weeks. It gets sunny, people go outside. They only work until
Well, I mean, these are the people that are trying to get rid of these assisted living in the area that we're talking about. They'll meet you on Sunday afternoon. It's like Margot made him drive 2 hours, met with him 30 minutes. Now, see, she thinks that's rough. She thinks, I've told her this before, she thinks that's ruthless. It's not polite. It's not European to make somebody drive 2 or 3 hours one way and then only meet with them 30 minutes. Now, if you think that's tough, we're from different worlds. Tough is, there's a guy there, a Uber guy said, I'm sorry, they can't be here. Now you got to drive to the Keys, 5 more hours, which has happened. And they're not so pissed. They go, they drive. I say, fuck you. You don't know what tough business practices are. I mean, people are obnoxious. They don't value your time. And I told you the 22 meetings I had a year before Corona in Los Angeles. I couldn't even get a cup of coffee. 3 of the places didn't serve coffee because it was anti some shit. They went out to Starbucks to get me a fucking coffee. By the time I got I don't like coffee hot, but by the time I got the fucking coffee, it was stone fucking cold. Okay? And then a bottled water. They didn't have fizzy water, and they only had water in glass bottles because of all the bullshit, you know. And not one person was over 30 years old in my 22 meetings, except me. And they come dressed like they're going to a Halloween party. 3 different colored scarves. Guys, 3 different colored scarves, you know. The short capris instead of pants. Guys, I restrained myself. I was going to slap them all. That's where we are. In those days, I thought goals by years. I'm not 10% into my goals. I'm 31. How am I going to reach all this shit by the time I'm 40? I was like not even a 1%. And so I decided to do something about it. So I didn't know what personal development was. I didn't know any of this shit. So I went and found one of the leading guys in that field at the time, and had done a course on success. He is a former Army military guy, former pilot, blah, 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 blah. And I sat through his seminar for the day, and I said, who taught you? He goes, Jim Newman. He's taught the Joint Chiefs of Staff, all kinds of people, okay. So I immediately, in the yellow pages, no internet, the yellow pages, and found where he was. And the next seminar he was doing was in April in Palo Mesa, California, and I immediately went to it. And in 30 minutes, he turned my head on straight. So maybe not even 30 minutes, 5 minutes. And because I was already the Hispanic Man of the Year, blah, 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 blah. And but you weren't competing against white men. And your subconscious knows it. You're the hottest Mexican cock on the planet, but you're not the hottest cock. And all of a sudden, fuck! And the rest is history. Yep. Jim Newman. Great guy. Great guy. And but affirmations and goals have been forever. Or back to the first Olympiad, athletic-wise. And it just fucking works. It just fucking works. And I'm still saying them. Tonight, sometimes I forget when I had too much to drink, like last night, and I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Fuck, I haven't done it. So I sit up, turn on the light next to the bed. Sally says, what? And I say my prayers and my affirmations again. But it just works. Yeah. And by the way, I wish I had known about affirmations when I was trying to be an athlete. Even though I didn't have any athletic prowess, I would have been a better athlete because I would have seen it, I believe. But it was too late for me, yeah.
You say them physically aloud, not in your mind.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and some of the kids use taping and all that. I don't do that. Brian, Dan Locke, and a lot of these guys, and of course Anelli, and I've seen it in the last 5-10 years. And of course Markus, I was reviewing his affirmations before you guys got here. See, your subconscious doesn't know you're a dipshit. Doesn't know. You can trick fuck it, but you can trick fuck it the other way as well. And and it's just, and again, I didn't set my goals high enough, even though I've accomplished a lot. But when your goals have to be dependent on someone else, that's a speed bump. And for most of your current relationships, based on what you've written to me, you're going to have challenges. Because not everybody wants to go to the next level. Not everybody wants to get in there in your rowboat to glory. I mean, they don't. And so then you'll have to make that decision. And that's why a lot of the kids, I want to be billionaire, wind up. And I'm not saying 40, 50 million is chump change. To me, it is chump change. But I mean, some of you really have a desire to be, I'm not talking about changing the world shit, because I don't believe in that myself. But I've created enough of you to change the world. I did my part. The world's going to be gone. So let's make hay while the sun shines. And as Greta, the only thing I agree with her is she does say politicians, big corporate world, all they say is blah, 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 which is true. And if anybody, this conference at Glasgow was a perfect example. If anybody thinks anything's going to come from that fucking thing, it's just a booze fest. And we're going to try to reduce our coal. So China says, it's a joke. We're going to try. We'll see if any money goes of the new 100 billion commitment from 2015, because they know the countries that they're giving it to, primarily it's all corruption and the money never gets down to where it's going to do any good. Goals and affirmations. Yes, sir.
Could I just see the next slide, please?
Bring your phone. You're going to be a bigger liability than you were. Okay. Anything else about goals? Yes, sir.
Could you give us an example of your affirmation regarding your children?
I feel ecstatic, overwhelmed, gobsmacked, overjoyed that Kelly Peña, a little me in spirit, becomes the first woman president, prime minister. I'm overwhelmed that my son, youngest son, Derek, has made me proud, getting straight A's, getting scholarships all the way. I feel excited, ecstatic, overwhelmed that my wife, Sally, has continued to support me in some really fucking rough times and continues to believe in me. I feel excited. Being the next Prime Minister of Britain. I see myself taking office. I see myself out in front of number 10 with Sally, with our bulldogs, our British bulldogs. I see that. I've already told you, I see myself debating Winston Churchill's come back from the dead. I'm going to chew that little fat, short fuck up alive. I see myself, the current politicians are bozos. All of them. Poor Boris has got his cock in the custard because supposedly he's allowing cheating and all kinds of shit. Where there's smoke, there's fire. He may not be, promoting sleaze, but he's certainly not making it go away. We got a first minister here, Nicola. I mean, it's a joke. Politics in this country is a fucking joke. So we'll see if I have a following. I believe with all my heart, there's a lot of people, just like Trump. I'm better than Trump, but just like Trump, he overwhelmed the U.S. He took it by fucking storm. The world's ready. And when I prove to the millennials that if they stop today, everything that they want, it's 1,000 years before the world's the same. We're way past climate change. We're dead. We're a dead fucking planet. Nobody talks like that. What are they going to think? Jesus, they'll think Dan's crazier than he is. We'll see. But just if a little bit of that rubs off on you. By the way, when you said about the Ivy, that's how we recruited people in the 80s, in the 90s. But now, these old guys, they don't have time to be romanced like that. And I know you want to make the right decision. I know why you want to do it. Intellectually, I understand for sure. But I'm just telling you, what you still don't understand, even at the chairman level, it's a fucking numbers game. You're not there to be liked. You're not there to be fucking effective. And that's a hard pill to swallow. It's contrary to almost everything you've been taught all your life. You heard some of my most successful people, the banks are afraid of them. Nobody wants to meet with me anymore. Sally, can you tell Mr. Peña we appreciate his offer to attend, but we can just deal with you. My feelings should be hurt. They're not. I just sleep more. Remember, I can't fill your cup until you empty the piss out of it that you got now. And then I can fill it with all the templates, all the knowledge, all the this and that that's available. And remember, the templates, some of the templates will work for some of you, some of the templates will work for others. It's not scaled to tough love down to pussy, but I mean, it is different. And you'll find one that works for you. So you got to sample. And just because you use one the first time it doesn't work, that doesn't mean it doesn't work. You got to use it a few times. And then each template you use a few times. And you'll get the mix that's right for you from all the different things. And then, I mean, you'll be like the Blitzkrieg, you know, the fucking Nazi panzers coming down to kill everybody at Normandy. I mean, and I use these metaphors because I want them to stick with you. Now, you've heard these Bible thumpers that are now, I don't know if they're any less religious, but they certainly don't sound religious now, do they? These guys wouldn't say shit if it was in their mouth when I met them. Now, I'm not proud of the fact that they swear, but it works. And what they've seen now over 4 or 5 years, that the fucking shit works. The harder you are, the better it is for you. Now, they call it ruthless. These guys wouldn't know ruthless if it bit them in the dick. None of my guys are ruthless. Markus is the closest. But I told you, if you get 5% towards my end of the continuum, you're a billionaire. 5%. Because right now, mice can eat you. And we're going to see the rich mice tomorrow. Any questions? Yes, sir. You want me to turn the page?
Well, but then I also have a question. You say focus on the few, not the many. Does
Correct.
that apply
Clausewitz,
to
the famous Prussian general, said, focus on the few, not the many. And he was talking about battle. But I'm telling you, for some 2 or 3 of you have got 4 or 5 businesses. Well, you should shut all 5 down. But shut at least, keep 1 or 2. There was a study done 25, 30 years ago by, I think it was a Harvard-Princeton study that the most gifted people can do is 2 things at a time well. Gifted. Now, there's nobody gifted in this room except me. 2. So I tell people, although I've got 7 or 8 people that are rolling up 2 industries, you've talked to at least one of them, I don't recommend that. Because rolling up an industry is a full-time job. And I've never seen a high-performance person part-time. And when you split them up, you're part-time because you're half on one or half on the other, 30% on one, 70% on the other. So it's not, you're a fool if you do that. And if you come here and you pay the money, which isn't a lot, I mean, some of you think it's a lot, I mean, and don't listen to me, and don't follow this, and even some of the people up here have told you they didn't follow the steps. And they also said, whenever I varied or deviated from the steps, they got fucked. You heard that too. But you won't be able to help yourself. I'm not sure I could follow the fucking steps now. Because now I know a lot of shortcuts. I don't teach the shortcuts though. Because then maybe 1 out of 1,000 be successful instead of 1 out of 20. So, but I mean, I'd have trouble following the steps now because I know what are the probabilities, what are the odds, this, that, and the other thing. So it is hard. But guys like Andres that follow the steps, and you've heard, you know, I've saved a couple of these guys, and I have. Your chairman, you want your chairman to be a guy that'll go to the fucking wall for you. Now, these millennials talk about, I said that it's one of my pet peeves. I got your 6, that's so much shit. They got nothing. You don't know anybody that's standing in the breach for you right now. Maybe your dad. Maybe your mom. And if you think anybody else, maybe a brother, an older brother, something like that. But, I mean, you don't have anybody that's going to take up the gauntlet for you. And with the system, the way it's set up, you will have few times that they have to pick up the gauntlet. And you heard them say, when I deviated, I fucked up. And But some of these potential deviations are so tempting. You think, and you're on the roll, and you think, well, this can't hurt anything, and you're wrong. Because the devil's in the details. And I want you to succeed. Selfishly, I want you to succeed. But just because it's selfish on my part doesn't mean, it shouldn't mean that, you shouldn't want to succeed. The thing that really gripes me, and last night or today at lunch, I want you to succeed more than you do. That's so obvious to me, especially this group. Not just because of your scoring. I mean, it's just obvious as shit. You're too slappy happy. Everybody's happy. Fuck. Happy about what? You haven't done dick. And I mean, that's a sad commentary. Whereas maybe I am the weak, the big guys say, because I want you to succeed. And more importantly, I know what you're capable of. Fuck. I've seen minus intellects become billionaires. Minus fucking intellects. Jesus Christ. I've seen people with 80 IQs not become billionaires, make 400 or 500 million. Jesus Christ. But you got to want it. If you don't want it, you had a nice little trip for a week at a castle, and the food's pretty good, and you had some old psychopath screaming at you during the daytime, but you got to want it, guys. You got to want it. And this is our time. This is it. And I believe with all my heart, it's only going to get more chaotic, and the making excuses how nobody predicted the fourth wave except me. But see, the Fauci and all those guys, in my opinion, are lying to you. They know how bad it's going to be. They're just not telling you. Because, unfortunately, Homo sapien can't take the truth too much. Now, the Russians don't give a fuck. I mean, those ex-Iron Curtain guys. So, another Lenin, another Stalin, who gives a shit? Putin, he'll be dead pretty soon, and whoever's coming. And we care. Not we. The rest of the human race cares. Now, we'll see if Elon Musk puts up that $6 billion to fix starvation. The chances of that happening, I hope I'm wrong, unless NATO is going to outline where the money's spent, which I believe will never happen. Elon's not putting up any money. And I'm here to tell you the $100 billion commitment they made this year to make up for 2015 is never going to happen. But are people so naive? Is it because they want to believe so much that what they've learned is not shit, diarrhea? I don't really care. I stopped caring a long time ago. But it's time for us. And I'm going to continue to give seminars through 2022, halftime, and depending on what I decide this time next year. But the good news is if I make the local office in the local parliament, I can still work. I'm hoping for a by-election. I'm hoping the Prime Minister calls for a by-election. So I'm going to jump on him like stink on shit. I'll be carrying placards down in front of Westminster myself. Who's my 5:30? Take a deep breath, Dan. Okay, who's my 6? Who's my 6:30? It's not unfamiliar when a guy sends his wife 6 months, a year later. And I'm not going to ask her in the public, but when we have one-on-one, I'm going to ask you, how's it going, and has he changed, et cetera, et cetera. I just, one of my affirmations since 2 days ago is for you kids, I'm excited and happy and thrilled, overwhelmed, gobsmacked that the kids are taking it more seriously, and this is not a slappy, happy Halloween party. Because Nelly said something, all this stuff was spot on, but he said, I don't intentionally set you up to crap yourself when you leave the gates, when you leave, there is no time in Shangri-La. This is Shangri-La to me. But, there's nobody to ask. The only thing, the references are the website and the gigs. And again, I would highly recommend that you listen to my book online because it's been updated more currently than the written book, which is a few years old, because that's what you're going to have. But everybody in this room can get a deal done, seller finance, before the year end, even during Christmas. If you find a motivated seller, and you should only be dealing with motivated sellers, that you can get a deal done. Absolutely. Absolutely. And and I'm telling you, it will give you a sense of invigoration you haven't heard or felt since the first time you got laid. I mean, assuming it was gals, because the first time is normally not a good experience for you, but because the guys don't know how to fuck. But I mean, assuming it's a good experience, I mean, it's the best thing since sliced bread. It just is. And I want you guys to go out there and kill it. Unless they debase the currency, that's not going to happen. And by the way, when I said the only way that we're ever going to get rid of the deficits, the word that I was searching for that I didn't use is debase the currency. In other words, you got $10, now you got $1. Which, needless to say, will piss off a lot of people. I got an email last night that it appears that we've got another Hall of Famer. We're verifying the numbers right now. Not out of the blue. He's been a front runner for a while. But it appears so. And these seminars evoke interest again, and they say, oh, well, fuck. And then he listed the deals he did during, not Corona, but since this year. And it appears so. But some of the people it's like we had a guy a long time ago in the 90s that had created a couple £100 million and had retired. He was in the south of France, I forget where he was. And then he happened to bump into somebody that, oh yeah, and so he contacted us and we verified the numbers. And so there's a bunch of them out there that, remember, $1 billion and they make 200 million, £1 billion, they're gone. I get maybe, and I'm not telling you this because I want you to do it. I get maybe 10 or 12 Christmas cards. I get a lot of birthday cards. I get hundreds, maybe thousands. Not cards, but online. Yes, you had your hand up. There's 4 or 5 different numbers, and it depends. Okay, 10 million in EBITDA, verifiable. 100 million in deals. If you change the lives of 1 million people, we got a couple of those up there. If you're rags to riches, your mom was a crack whore, that sucked off the 7th Fleet, and you graduated from Harvard. We got one up there. She didn't suck off the 7th Fleet. She sucked off the French Foreign Legion or something. I forget what it was. If you're president, prime minister, we got one of those, different foreign country. But basically, it's 110. 10 in EBITDA million and 100 in deals. In deals. And depending on what industry you're in, if you're in bricks and mortar, 10 million in EBITDA is hard. If you're in crack cocaine, internet, it's easy. It's not easy. I'm not trying to make it sound easy, but it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier. Any general questions before we get going? Okay. Now, yeah.
Once you get the fuck you money in the bank account, how can you...
Okay, wait a minute. Once you get a what?
So you talk about this fuck you money.
Oh, fuck you.
Right. Once you get them in your bank account...
Well, it might not be in a bank account.
Well, anywhere.
You know?
Like,
I know what you mean, okay.
How you keep that fire in you to go...
Well, most of you lose it. I'm lying. I'd be lying to you. I tell you, want $1 billion, you make 200 million, you're adios, motherfucker. I like a story. It's not a story, it's the truth. Back in the 90s, I spoke at the Harvard Club twice, 93 and 97. They're both online. And there was a lady and her, this is when they started calling, remember, partners is because of AIDS. That's when they started calling people partners. So you could signify that, you know, this was kind of a permanent relationship. A gal that was in charge of advertising or marketing for the IRS. well-educated gal, PhD and all this. And she came up with a saying, most of you aren't old enough to remember, I'm from the IRS and I'm here to help. I mean, it was a riot. I mean, all the night shows, David Letterman and all these guys just poked fun at it. And she had a boyfriend, husband, not a husband, but a partner, who was a PhD, MIT kind of guy who came up with different patents for stuff on the internet and did big projects. They wanted to do not $1 billion, but several $100 million was their goal. They made about 40, tax-free, and they got a boat. They set sail from Martha's Vineyard, if I remember correctly, and they've never been seen again. You get a card from them someplace, but they don't touch, because if you touch down and land, they can tax you. Never to be seen again. They had all this elaborate shit. They were going to do this for the schools they went to. I think she went to Yale. She was a Yale. Never to be seen again. And that's normally you vis-a-vis me. That's fine. That's cool. I don't want to see you. If you see me in an airport, pretend you don't recognize me. Don't come up and shake hands. Fuck you. I don't, believe me. I mean it. And if you do some big deals, I'd like to hear about it, but I got so many numbers now, it doesn't really matter. But I'd like to hear about it. For some of you that I think that you can't chew gum and shit at the same time, I'd like to be proven wrong. You know how many emails I get like that in a year? 0 to 1. And 1 left town. But this is one that, so that's how you make it. Oh, but getting back to your question, it's not easy. Normally what happens, you make 40, 50, whatever, and you go back into default. Because you really always wanted to talk to your mom. You always want, all that shit I told you not to do. So if the longer you can stay from that default, the higher the probability you'll make more money. But then you go back. And then you want to be Santa Claus, because down deep inside you want to be loved by everybody. And there's a reason why Sally and I didn't see our parents, or our fathers, our mothers, for 7, 8 years. Because down deep inside, I did want to hug my mama, my little teeny mama, I wanted to hug my grandma, really. But I'm strong enough, or sick enough, depending on how you want to look at it, to say, So it's hard. It's not easy. Even when you have fuck you money. Any other general questions? We're going to go over a case study later when we're not on film. From one of you, real life. This is the kind of thing we do at Hardcore. But since the you brought it to my attention, and I've already gone through part of it, vis-a-vis the board. And unlike you, and actually it's Blondie back there, the pilot. They did a pretty good fucking job. Now her husband has come to the seminar a year ago, correct? Okay, she's shaking her head like this. Okay, and she's got about 9 out of 10. We're doing it correctly. Not skipping the steps. Okay. But I'm not surprised. I told you the gals are better multitaskers. So she didn't disprove what I say. So we're going to go through that. So we'll get a special treat, so to speak, because we're going to, and it's a big deal. It's not some chicken shit McDonald's coffee deal, and we're going to go through the aspirations, goals, etc. Affirmations, not aspirations, but they should be your aspirations as well. I went back and I looked at my affirmations last night, and they were all current because I changed and added and subtracted some about 4 or 5 months ago. And as Roberto said when he was on the webinar, I know verbatim all of them, but I read them anyway, and I read them out loud. Now, Sally's gotten used to going to sleep, me reading them out loud. Many years ago, she was not a fan of my affirmations at night. But now she can sleep through it. Back when we used to, not these dogs, but 2 sets of dogs before that we let sleep in the bedroom, it was almost like if I wasn't praying and saying my affirmations, they didn't go to sleep. So they used to go to sleep kind of listening to me. And when I used to practice my speeches, Hitler, Churchill, John Kennedy, to name 3, I looked at countless of their famous talks, FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and I practiced them in the mirror. And the Great Dane that's in that painting right there, Driller, he'd start sitting up like this. And then after 20, 30 minutes, he'd go down to paws up like this, like a sphinx. And then if he crossed his paws, he was getting bored. And if he put his head down, I stopped talking. So I try to keep his attention. But I did a lot of practicing. And one of the reasons, according to Andres himself, is he had no sales skills and he was a shitty speaker. He's still not a world-class speaker, but he has practiced a lot of hours. A lot of hours. And one of the steps is, if you don't practice, you're not following the steps. So some of you think, wrongfully, even though I say this, you do the steps, but you don't practice, and you're not following the steps. Because within those steps about your personal foundation is learning how to talk like other than a monkey. And if you're not doing that, then you're not following the steps. But Andres, we're going to see a Q&A later today of Andres when he was here a couple months ago, answering questions from you guys. And we're also going to go through today the comparison at Bitcoin at 65,000 versus QLA, and there's no competition still. Because what people forget, other than you don't have to manage Bitcoin if you just put your money in. That's the best thing about it. But most of you will finger fuck with it and manage it and sell at the wrong time and buy at the wrong time. But if you just buy it, and they used to say put it away forever, that's the kind of investment Bitcoin and gold and silver should be. And we have a few gold and silver traders amongst you, or you purport to be trading in and out of gold and silver. And I used to be a big commodity guy and trade commodities like all the other psychopaths on the Chicago board. But that's the best thing about Bitcoin is you don't have to fuck with it if you do it right. But we'll talk about that. And you do have to manage the QLA model. And you have to follow for 7 steps, et cetera, et cetera. Now, first slide, Kat. Now, in theory and in practice, we've gone through how you do that. By the way, as Josh said in his role play, he called him an anchor chairman. You don't call him an anchor chairman. But you know why we're calling him an anchor chairman to us? Because you have a 40-story building, you want General Motors to take the bottom 10 stories, right? And so he's the anchor tenant. He's equivalent to the anchor tenant. And normally when the anchor tenant, you leverage off the anchor tenant to acquire all the other tenants. That's the theory and that's the model. And in practice, that's how it works. Anchor chairman, then a board of directors. And we've told you, non-executive chairman, executive CEO, executive CFO, non-executive accountant, non-executive lawyer, and 2 or 3 non-executive industry experts. So we've gone through that ad nauseum. And we've gone through the outside lawyers. You start at the bottom of 50 lawyers and you work your way up. Ideally, for example, in Britain, you want the 7 circles. In the 7 circles, the magic lawyers, the 7 big firms that really predominate not all of, but a great deal of corporate business in Europe and in the United States. You want one of those 7 golden firms. And of course, we want the close to the top 4 accountants as we can get. Now, in some cases, there's other professionals you have. For example, if you're in the mining business, you're going to have a mining engineering firm to do your reserve reports. So that will be an additional, but not too many people go into mining, not too many people go into ancillary or supplementary industries that you need additional professionals. So for 95, 98% of you, that's what you have. That's what you have. And remember, your non-executive chairman and your executive and non-executive directors will give you recommendations, not just for acquisitions. And remember, that's part of the speech. We want your time, your experience, and your connections. And I realize, and this is part of the template, I realize that you're not going to give me your 40 years of connections right away until I prove myself, until we prove ourselves as a board. But when we do, that's what I expect. When you're interviewing the accountants and the lawyers, as Anelli said quite adamantly, we want deals. You charge 150 to 200% more than everybody else. Let's say KPMG, E&Y. Well, we want you to earn the money. And what they will be hesitant on is they've got billable hours, although you can construct flat fees, and your accountant and lawyer will know how to do that better than you, better than I can teach you. But giving you the access to all their clients, they have trouble knowing how to charge for that. And so you say, remember, no fee's too high. I expect you to charge us for that. Because they're not going to go and leaf through all their connections to find ones that are apropos or appropriate for us, or for you, and spend time. And you don't want interns doing this. You don't want lowlifes doing this. You want the senior people that have done deals. And they will. And as we demonstrated with Jason, even though Jason Nagy felt uncomfortable when KPMG took over a lot of his stuff, I mean, it's the best of all worlds, because that gives you more time to specifically do what you're supposed to do. So you ask yourself, well, if our accountants are finding us deals, if our accountants are finding us money, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Because you're supposed to do deals and money, right? You're doing more of it. You can never have too much money. You can never be too rich or too thin, as Mrs. Simpson said when she stole away the King of England 70, 80 years ago, whenever it was. So you're doing it as well. You can never have too many financial contacts. And when you get a big financial contact, like I got the Kuwaiti government, it's hard to stay focused, because in the back of your mind, well, they're managing. At that time, they were the second biggest sovereign fund on the planet. Fuck, my career's made, and you get lazy. Now, I never got lazy for the 9 years I had the privilege of being in a financial relationship with the Kuwaiti government. But most people, they do one big deal and they go to sleep. I didn't go to sleep. I just kept pounding at the door of the Al-Sabahs with different ideas. They didn't accept all of my ideas, but they accepted a lot of them. And so it's the hardest thing, vis-a-vis back to the fuck you money, the hardest thing is to stay hungry when you're not hungry. That's the hardest thing. Especially and I'm not demeaning, yes, I am demeaning the kids in here that don't have 2 fucking nickels. I mean, once you have a bunch of nickels, why am I getting up at 5 or 4? Or why am I doing this? Or why am I? Because you got to kiss frogs. Like I have dress frogs on today, but I never forget. You got to kiss. And some of you will connote it to kiss an ass, and you won't do it, or you'll do less of it. I didn't go to school and get a PhD to become a salesman to kiss ass. Your parents won't be proud of you. Believe me. In fact, they could even have disdain for you until you move into this big, 25,000 square foot house. Now, I'm not suggesting some of the guys buy their parents' house. That's a waste of money. That's wasted money, buying your parents a house, buying cars. That's wasted money. Lease them a fucking mobile home. That's a little over the top, but spending money out of guilt. Nobody ever bought their mother, their father, anything other than out of motherfucking guilt. Nobody bought them out of fucking love, and so don't fool yourself. You did it out of guilt, and nobody knows how to twist the guilt knife better than a mama. Nobody. But as Sally would tell you, I had rhino skin. My mama couldn't get the knife in me. So I was impervious. Okay, so now you have all this, and so before we take another step forward, any questions about, why did I just get a chill up my ass when you raised your hand? Go ahead.
I promise it's not a 60-40
Okay,
question, but, what's the responsibility of a non-executive director?
Well, he's less liable, not independent non-executive director. That's the magic, independent. They're there to give independent advice and represent the shareholders. Whether they do that or not is, the court. And I keep saying court, even though only maybe 5% of you are going to go to court. But you don't believe it until it hits you, till it's 100%. But it's to give independent advice to the shareholders. So that means you're not supposed to have them in your pocket. And like when Steve Wynn of Wynn's Casinos stepped down, arguably the most successful guy in the history of gambling industry, stepped down because, I'm not saying he should have done what he did. Allegedly, he touched gals back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Now, how old are those gals that he touched that are in the 50s? I'm not making light of what he did because he shouldn't have done it. But the greatest guy in the history of gambling, because he grabbed somebody's ass in 1959. But you never know. And so when I say you go to court, he went to court. But his directors, and the reason why I brought up the example, his directors had been there, some of them 40 years. And to say, ostensibly, they were in his pocket, They were going to the Ivy 3 times a week. They were asshole buddies. And that's not what you want to be. Because when you do go to court, or if you go to court, you want to be able to say that they're really independent. And that says, when was the last time you saw Mr. Jones or Miss Jones? The last board meeting. When was the last time you socialized with Mr. Jones or Miss Jones? At the company's Christmas party. Not last weekend when you played tennis. Not because, especially now, it's frowned upon when you're too, not independent. And that's why there's a recommendation, I don't follow it, that every 2 or 3 years you should roll directors. When you get to be big, slappy, happy, satiated, you should roll public director. This has not caught on in the public arena for a lot of obvious reasons, but you should roll directors, independent directors, every 2 to 3 years. And needless to say, corporate world is fighting back against that. In some cases, it takes 2 or 3 years just to fucking learn the job. And so all that legacy you're throwing out the window. In my opinion, the real reason is, having board meetings at Monte Carlo and shit. Because we were public in Amsterdam, we were public in the UK, and our corporate office headquarters was Houston and London. The guys liked having board meetings in Amsterdam for all the obvious reasons. And the guys liked having board meetings in London because there's a lot of shit to do there, but they liked it in the US because we would have a golf outing in Vegas. In all the years I was a CEO of a public company, 9.5, I never had a board member not make a Vegas golf tournament nor a board meeting in Amsterdam. And we had some old farts. They were sick for something else, but they weren't sick for those meetings. And that's why, if you roll them every 2 or 3 years, there's perks, because there's a certain amount of prestige to be independent director of a public company. But now the hassle and the potential liability is almost outweighing the prestige. And what will not outweigh it for you guys, because you're going to be giving them, metaphorically speaking, you're giving them through their participation in transactions. And that's the big difference. Yes, sir.
If you're rolling them that often, what happens with the percentage of equity?
No, you're not. It's pushing towards that. We don't want to roll because we're giving them equity. So for all, it's not. cross my fingers, it will never be a mandatory thing. But if you roll some guy from General Motors, so you just roll another guy into the $250,000 honorarium and pay him. But for us, that would be death knell. Because now you're spreading, but they go away with their 2% equity. The next person comes in, this is just theoretical, you give them options on 2%, okay? So they get options on 2% of whatever the company grows from the time that they start. So bookkeeping and accounting would not be a nightmare. It would be, obviously, we can do it, but we don't want that. So, but the same people carrying placards at these, the Greenpeace bullshit, want that. Because they say that when they're there more than these guys wouldn't know anything about running public companies. They're 19, 17, 23. But they know that the longer they're there, the more familiar they are there, the more familiarity, I should say, is present. And they think familiarity is bad for another reason. I say familiarity breeds contempt, because it's harder for you to fire somebody that you're friends with. Now, for me, it's not. I had a relative, only twice I had a relative work with me. And I fired the person the first time, and a few years later when I hired that person back, I fired him again. I was right firing him the first time, but I couldn't trust anybody in this particular situation. I didn't believe I could trust anybody because I didn't know anything about the industry. But so I've had a relation that had the same bloodline as I did twice work for me, the same person I fired 2 different times. Now, needless to say, my name was persona non grata when I did that in the family. Needless to say, I shortly thereafter moved to the UK. Not because of that, but some people think I moved to the UK because of that. Because, for those of you that have a family working with you, your mother, it's not easy. Doesn't mean it's not right. We've got guys paying their moms $50, $150 grand a year to do nothing. And what do you think the independent directors think about that? Some would say, it's none of their fucking business. But what do you think? Is there one leadership for your mom and one leadership for the independent directors? Some of the U's. Is there one leadership for the cute director with big tits? You got to be, even when you're wrong, you got to be consistent. And nobody teaches you that. Because as you all know that have QuickBooks, you can put any goddamn thing you want in QuickBooks, right? And at least a review, the accountants have looked at the shit and, the numbers are reasonably close, or they are the numbers. Guys, I'm trying to save you time. Remember, you heard Peter, 7 months and 3 months and 4 months, I forget, that he spent on these deals that never happened. And you want to know why it took the poor bastards a year. A couple of you, man, I don't understand why it takes so long. Because you're so desperate to do a deal. And you also heard he said, Mr. Peña said he's lying to you. He says, because they are. There's no code of conduct between selling a business. There's no Marcus of Queensberry, right, and they do the right thing by it. That's all horseshit. Maybe in the movies, but that doesn't even happen in the movies. You have to go on the assumption they're trying to fuck you. And the more they get away from audited financials, they're fucking you. And then even after, they've convinced their auditors to put something down or depreciate it over 30 years instead of 10 years straight line. There's something. And when you go to the due diligence, you don't just accept the goddamn audited numbers like the Bible. That's the starting point. I'm knocking the motherfucking price down. Because in Poland, if it's a Polish accountant, it may be not even 1,000% close to the numbers they give you. Remember, Nelly said 2/3 of the KPMG auditors were struck off and they made them bankers. The only reason they didn't fire them, put them in jail, because, it would look bad for the country More importantly, it would look bad for KPMG. And so now they're in the front of the office of bankers fucking around with Anelli. But those same KPMG accountants are doing great things for Jason Nagy. When you get in the third, fourth world countries, you have to assume, for starters, they're fucking you where you breathe. No exceptions. And Poland is one of those. Germany, just even Sauerbrücken, but Germany is legit as hell. They go out of their way, to make sure things are accurate. And we can thank Mr. Hitler for that. I'm just guessing these numbers are between 25 and 50% wrong. My experience in Poland, in that area, 25 and 50% wrong. And when you find these things that they're wrong, they look at you like they made a mistake. Like it was an honest mistake. Oh, we overlooked that. Yeah.
What about if they come back with the argument, yeah, but we have all this amount in inventory. We have all this amount in raw materials.
Okay, well, that's going to be on your balance sheet. So, you're paying for that. Fine. Oh, I often used to say in manufacturing, but it's not on site. I don't see it anywhere. No, we got it off site. Well, then you can keep it. I don't want it. And then they go in a panic.
So
I've had manufacturing deals where they borrow material. They borrow 35 tons of iron. They borrow 5 tons of steel. They borrow 100,000 pounds of gravel. And they, 25 truckloads of wood. And then when you close, it's not there. And the lazy auditors assume because it's there, they own it. And I told you the first day, my favorite of all time is the $2 billion deal from about 15, 18 years ago. China goes public on the London Stock Exchange, not the small exchanges, the big one. JP Morgan and Bank of America were the deals. And they sent a junior team to do the due diligence, a junior team of guys, young MBAs. That as soon as they landed, all they did is get sucked and fucked. They're there 10 days, they come back, they sign off on these documents. They drove by some stuff, and the Chinese guy said, that's ours. And they can't tell the lettering, so we don't really know who owns it. Right? Not one Chinese guy in the audit team. Oh, fuck. Anyway, and so, and they had a CFO who was a really high-profile Chinese professional lady out of Goldman Sachs or someplace, really good, first class, to be the face of the deal on the stock exchange. They make all the presentations of the institution, blah, blah, blah. The thing's oversubscribed. It comes out at 8 pounds. It goes to 12 pounds right away. And then the numbers are due in about 5 months. No numbers. No press conference. You know how you're going to talk about the numbers? Nothing. They close their offices in London. They close their offices in Beijing. They close their office in Shanghai. And so they send a team over of senior guys. They go out, and the buildings are there. They don't say what they're supposed to. We got Chinese guys. Now, what the fuck's that say? Completely different industry, completely different thing. And they open the sliding doors, empty. Building after building empty. Building after building empty. 20-some buildings empty. They go to the suburbs where the other empty. They go to the next, no buildings at all. And when I was over there as a guest of the government in 2008-9, they showed me 20 companies. I liked only 2. Power generation I liked. There was 17 power plants I was going to buy. And I said, well, tomorrow morning we're going to go see him. And he says, oh, it's an 18-hour drive. You don't want to go. And my young MBA son, God love him, he says, I'll have a helicopter here. It's 9 o'clock, Dad. All the little Chinese guys turned white. The next morning we show up, no Chinamen. We take a helicopter out, no power plants. No power plants. They had already been sold to the Russians 6 years before. There were no power plants when they sold them to the Russians too. But if you remember back, when the Minister of Energy, the Chinese guy, committed suicide, maybe 10, 15 years, that was the guy. And the Russians took care of him. Because you don't sell the Russians a pile of shit and think that you're going to get away with it. They were This happens all the time. And what do you think they're going to do to you? You don't know shit from apple butter. They're going to fuck you for practice. They're going to fuck your mother for practice if she's still alive. They're going to fuck your daughter if she's 3. It's ugly out there, kids, but you can do it if you stay within the guidelines and don't get outside the parameters. And don't do business here. Question, yes, ma'am.
For the sake of like saving herself time when her
I
husband...
thought she was going to say for the sake of God. Okay, never mind. I got to clear my head again. Go ahead.
Okay, no, for the sake of saving time, since this was like this cold approach from his business broker, could she have asked for something additional with this to save herself
You mean
time?
well, the business broker's only going to give you this. He's not going to give you anything else. Out there in the world, it's called caveat emptor. Let the buyer beware. Nobody cares about you except maybe your mother. That's it. And I don't recommend you do business with your mother. I've seen mother cut heads off sons. Mary Kay Cosmetics. I just knew her briefly. When she was 900 years old. You know, they drive the pink Cadillacs and sell makeup and shit. She decided to retire and she put her son in charge, the CEO of but she still maintained the voting trust, where she had control. After 3 years, she came back. She tried to convince her son, and in a shareholders meeting, a bloody shareholders meeting, she chopped them up and threw them to the dogs and took over again at age 82 or 3. Blood's thicker in water and money's thicker in both. Just remember that. So they're not going to give you any information. And if they're not going to give you real numbers, you're wasting your time. Another thing you can do, which is a little dicey, let's say that it's a compilation from a real auditor. Not one of the bullshit Polish auditors. I mean a reputable auditor. You call up the audit partner. Off the record, and there's nothing off the record. Off the record, is this for real? Look around. I don't know what you're talking about. That means no. I don't know what you're talking about. That means no. He did you a solid. You should buy him a bottle of whiskey at Christmas. Because these guys don't like seeing it. It's bad for business when, somebody fucks, I don't want to say white people, but I mean non-ethnic people. It's bad for business. Back more recent or more current to World War II, people like to fuck the Germans for a lot of obvious reasons I don't have to go into. But that's way past now. That attitude is way past. Even though she lives in Hippieville over there, or the Hippieville. Any other things about this? Yes, sir.
It could be that these guys want to see their value in the market because
maybe.
I mean, they're selling the revenue.
Yeah. Well, I mean, nobody pays dollar for dollar for revenue. I mean, nobody. And that's essentially what they're asking. Not essentially, it is what they're asking. Now, I remember your husband. He's not a dumb guy. He's a smart guy. I mean, I don't believe a business broker would think after meeting him that they're pulling the wool over his eyes. As I remember, he's a pretty switched on guy. So, but embarrassing offer. Your first offer on whatever you're going to buy is going to be embarrassing. Okay? Let's say at least 20, 30, 40% then you should offer. And then you let them knock you around and, well, that's embarrassing, etc. This is an embarrassing offer. This is way, way beyond the Valley of the Dolls offer, I mean. But back in the day when they were taking advantage of the Middle Easterners in the 70s, when they had all the money, they'd buy a Mercedes and it'd run out of gas from the Heathrow Airport to London. They just leave it, get a cab. They left Rolls Royces, Bentleys, Bugattis. They just leave. When they ran out of gas, they left them. Back in those days, an Arab would buy this. A Middle Eastern that has too much money, like our friend from Qatar here. That money, I mean, that's really a silk lined gold top coat he's wearing there. Legitimately. A cab driver would charge a poor Middle Easterner when they were wearing the robes and everything, just like the picture I have of you, 1,000 pounds for a cab ride. The cab is about, then it was about 28, 35 pounds. Now it's about 60 pounds. And they would do that. And there were special laws to protect the Middle Easterners that didn't understand. And to the sellers, you're the Middle Easterners to take advantage of. Anything else about this deal? Yes, sir.
What is this?
This sounds like an Antofagasta deal to me in Chile. Go ahead.
What is the supposition about the debt service?
Pardon?
What is the supposition about the debt service?
What do you mean, the
how
position?
Much the debt service is going to be?
I mean, the cash flow should cover debt at least 1.5 to 4 times. The closer you are to 4, the better you are.
No, I know, but how do you know how much the debt service is going to?
Well, because you're going to know if you buy something for $1 million and you're going to have 50% commercial debt. So what is the debt service on $500,000? And you're going to say at 5%, 5% a year. That's $25,000 a year. So I mean, you're going to learn that you just close enough, and it's better because now debt service or the amount the banks, commercial banks, have you pay is around 5%. If you're in a shitty place like South Africa, it's 8 to 10%, as Zanelli said. Other places, so you're going to know. You just know how much everybody's paying debt. And if you paid attention to the guys that have gone through here, they're all paying, except for Nelly, who's in Africa, they're all paying about 5%. But interest rates are low now. Now, the QLA model worked when interest rates were 20%. That means the deals had to be 3-4 times better. Does everybody understand that? If interest rates are, just say 15% instead of 5%, cash flow's got to be 3 times better. And we made billionaires then. Now, the old-time guys, I mean, it's like, they would also say it's like taking candy from a baby. If you can't make a deal work, and if you've studied my tapes, I say, if 2 or 3% increased debt service charge kills your deal's not worth a shit. If you can't do deals at 5%, I mean, somebody ought to kill you, metaphorically speaking. They're given, by the way, 31-year high in inflation last month for 31 years, okay? The real rate is 6.5%. You're getting negative 6.5% on your cash. Like we have a lot of cash, so we're losing, supposedly, 6.5% every month. Or annual for 6.5% for a year. We don't give a shit, you know? It's I kind of have the attitude of the bit fuckers. I mean, I got more money than I can take me to spend in 200 lifetimes. I don't give a fuck how high inflation is. Unless they debase my money. And that's what's going to happen. That's the only way that we're going to cure the deficits around the world is to debase 100% of the currencies. 100%. That's the only way. And you'll never hear anybody on TV, the talking heads, you'll never hear a politician say that. And we all know that's true, just as we know why the rich countries don't give the poor countries money to help them with climate change. There are certain absolutes in the world, and hardly any of them does anybody talk about, because you can't take the truth. Homo sapien, and especially little turds like this, can't take the truth. Allegedly tough Cubans can take the truth, but they can't take the truth either. Nobody can take the truth. Just imagine if you woke up Monday morning and everything you own is worth 50%. Now, 50% of nothing is still nothing, so for some of you it won't hurt. But for a few of you, I mean, that's devastating. But nobody talks about it. I'd like to have a talk show on Sunday, BBC. You know, they have a talk show called here Hard Talk. Fuck. They don't talk about anything that's hard. Unless the guy's got a heart under the desk I don't see. Hard talk my ass. To answer your question, in a lot of places, murder is better. It is. And we've had just about.
Because I'm thinking like a bank doesn't want to hear that someone maybe gave you some money and it's not.
No,
not
you don't have to plead to us. We're not the jury. We're not the jury. But I'm fortunate that. No, did you go to jail for 7 years or less? No, she hasn't gone to jail yet. Hypothetical. Yeah, for a friend. Yeah, it's like, hypothetically, if I lived in Sauerbruck, are the odds that I'd be a hippie or not, you know? I can't believe there's still hippies there 50 damn years later. God almighty. Yeah, but, this sounds awful, but I mean, that's where we went to get laid, fuck around. Jesus Christ. It was crazy. The girls were crazy back in those days. Are they still crazy? Oh, no, okay. Well, I still have one single son, so I'm asking for him. So I'm like Alexander. I'm not asking for myself. I'm asking for my single son. Yeah.
Mentioned earlier today that.
Are you going to ask me a question from 3 days ago now?
We're going to do a case study like in the hardcore.
Hardcore? That's it. And some of the cases, when you come to the hardcore, you're supposed to bring 2 cases, plus any cases that you're currently working on. Half the people that come to the hardcore never did a deal, okay? And so they go to online, Harvard, University of Chicago, Berkeley, a business school, and they pay $7 and they bring a case, okay? We do 4 cases that are historically famous. We do the AOL case, we do the Kraft case, and we do a couple others that are historically famous for certain reasons. We split up into 4 or 5 groups, and basically we work on cases all day long. And so your homework is the cases. You heard of Nelly and these guys have all come. I'm not saying that. About 40% or 50% of the kids in the Hall of Fame have been to the hardcore. More have been to the regular seminar back again for the very reason that Peter said. He's lonely. Being the only fucking warrior, unlike the cartoons and unlike the kung fu movies where one guy fights 87 guys all day, that's not how it really is, And so, but the hardcore, normally, we get a lot of juice. And what I think, it's not because they're more serious, because Andreas has never been to the hardcore and he's a superstar, okay? But some people need, I don't know if it's an extra nudge or whatever the fuck you call it, but that would have been a hardcore case, but we would have killed it right then for the reasons I killed it, because it just is not a deal. But Natasha and her husband, who came to the seminar about a year ago, if you don't mind, I reviewed the people they picked for the board. She asked me what I thought of them. Uncharacteristically, they all look good. That's not the norm. That's not going to be you guys. Uncharacteristically, all of them were pretty big hitters. Accomplished, transaction guys, no gals, just guys, ranging in age from 59 to 65 or 70. And they look good. And so I rearranged them a little from the positions of chairman, CEO, and CFO. And I gave her a couple ideas. But she's good to go. She and her husband was here about a year ago. And I teased her, I said, "This is your captain speaking," because she's an airline pilot, or was in your former life. But that's, the cases we have in the hardcore will be better than that one. And so, yeah.
So I work in the banking industry, and I've talked to...
You work in the banking industry?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
I've talked to several loan officers. I know how their internal systems work, etc. So they are, the U.S. banks at least, are heavily U.S. regulated. So when they have to do due diligence, and this is towards Alexandria. So when they ask you, hey, have you committed a felony, misdemeanor, whatever, they're just doing their due diligence.
Correct.
That doesn't mean they're going to decline.
Correct.
Or anything.
They have to check the box.
Correct.
And for misdemeanors, I've seen a few deals killed because of felony. Depends what kind of felony.
Correct.
But I've never seen a deal killed for a misdemeanor. Never. It can be embarrassing because we've had guys in here that have 28 misdemeanors. But when they were 18 to 25, and now they're 40, and so it's not something you brag about at cocktail parties. But yeah, it's the normal banking due diligence that they go through. It's nothing special. Now, so we have by the way, I want to make an announcement on YouTube right now. I just got an email from Bruce the Whipple, and he and I are in business. And one of his mentees went to a bank in New York, I think, upstate New York maybe, and went to the banker with warming up banks, and the banker said no, and said you were the 13th deal, QLA, that they've had in, I don't know if it was a month or recent weeks, because people that don't come to the seminar, and it said I was their chairman, and I was their chairman, okay? And so QLA is dead at that bank, and they wouldn't care if it was the greatest deal since sliced bread. And a lot of people, more and more people are misusing, not the QLA model so much, but they're putting pretend boards forward. And what the bank doesn't do enough is to check if those fuckers are actually on the board. Because I've got not one email, one phone call from any bank in fucking 15 years to verify if I was on the board. And in that particular request, I told them I was on the board. It was the truth. So I just want you to know, and we will hunt down, just as we've hunted down a few others that have been selling my product illegally. We're going to hunt down these 12 people, and there's ways of getting a hold of them, and I'm going to do whatever's necessary to make sure they stop doing it. But I'm glad I thought about that. It is just normal due diligence.
Second thing, question, not related. After we've completed our first 5, 10, or more deals, etc., yesterday you mentioned there were 20 or so shortcuts. How would we go about getting those?
Well, some of the shortcuts you're going to stumble upon yourself.
Okay.
I mean, just because you're doing it. But you heard the one guy that utilized the Nazi, utilized his board in a slightly different way. And those are obvious shortcuts because the board members will say, hey, I'll take care of that. Okay, now I can't see anybody of your board saying that to you. Oh, don't worry about that. I got that covered. But regular board members to a regular QLA bot will say, no, I got that covered. Or I'll go to the 3 of the 4, big 4, and I'll get that squared away. You don't have to worry about that. That's what they're supposed to do. You don't tell them to do that. But by this, but those are some of the shortcuts where you utilize your board to go get the accountants, lawyers, even the industry experts, because they're going to be involved in the general lateral or vertical, excuse me. They'll know if you've been an accountant in healthcare for 25 years, you know 50 industry experts. If you've been a lawyer in that area, you know a gazillion industry experts. So those are the shortcuts. But I mean, it's not that it's a tip, but I mean, it just comes to fruition after the group has been together a while. And the reason why, just like they don't lift up their kimono and give them all your contacts, because you're just, you're a potential entity. Potentially, they're going to be board members. When you choose them, they're potential board members. They're not board members until you have the board meeting, and they're assigned officially the shares, their position. And in some cases, I'm not hot on this, where you actually give them, the description of what they're supposed to do. I don't like that because it may change. Okay? You give them a tight description, and in Europe, they won't do anything other than that description. And in Switzerland, the description's got to be from here to the castle, and they're looking at their watch, how much time. And the other thing they ask, and which is important, in the interviewing process, when they're European, they'll say, I'm very interested, if I can add value, subject to conflict, I am interested. But how much time do you envisage, as they say here, me spending in this? Because they're very much more conscious of time than Americans. And then you say, legitimately, with a hand on your heart, 4 to 6 hours a month to begin with, and that's really true, because you're going to have nothing to do, 4 to 6 hours, And as we have transaction flow, it could be 10 to 15 hours a month, and they'll appreciate that. They'll appreciate that. And most of the hours that will equate to that range is when you got a deal and you're reviewing it and you're doing due diligence and you're actually going out to see it. Because in the beginning, just as I spend 10 minutes, 15 minutes looking at her numbers, a board member would spend 10, 15 minutes, so that's, 10, 15 minutes a month. And she brings 4 or 5 deals, hopefully not from Poland. So it's not very much time. And if you take the time, the company I was referring to earlier that's going public in a few months, these guys are going to get paid like a few $million for maybe 100 hours. And the best example, and the live example, and I used to use, and the kids use it, is the deal that I did, the board members I had, that I gave 2% to, at the end when we exited, they each got $9 million. The guy that had 10% got $90 million. Or excuse me, 5 times, $45 million. $9 million, that's $1 million a year for maybe 10 hours a year. That's the best payment program they'll ever have. And you can say that honestly. And that was my experience. And some of the other kids' experience is even better than that. Even better than that. Yes, sir.
Can you talk about the clubs you cannot afford?
Somebody else asked me that. In my area, the Jonathan Club and the California Club are the 2 best clubs in Southern California. San Francisco Club. If you're in New York City, I'm saying this slightly tongue-in-cheek, the Harvard Club, the Cornell Club, the Yale Club, and the Princeton Club, which none of you guys went to, so that means you can't join. But the New York Athletic Club is a good club. In the Carnegie Club in Pittsburgh, in Chicago, to the extent the big schools. Now, some of the big schools clubs you can join even not being an alumni. I don't know which is which. But a good way to tell if the club's worth a shit is to look on their website and see who they're affiliated with. Meaning that you can go to that other club using the membership in that club. And and if you can go to some not high price, but they are high price really, high value clubs. Now, right now, club membership in those kind of clubs is going in the toilet. And they've got, since 2020, 2015, 2020, they've got new programs to attract people. And if you're under 30, it's almost nothing. Well, there's only a few people under 30. But if it's under 30, it's nothing. The kids in here can afford, and they put you on a program. And when you turn 30, then you have to pay out over between your 30 and 40 some payments. Okay. But you have full use of the club. They have another rate at 35 and 40. If you're over 40, fuck you, then it give me any rates. Okay. I've been a member since 81, for 40 years now to the Jonathan Club. But we're not talking about the YMCA and that kind of shit, And they don't necessarily have to be athletic. In other words, no golf, no tennis. But I mean, they used to call them men's clubs, but you can't call them that anymore. In fact, the Goomba brothers belong to the same club in down there where they live that Trump and those guys go to. And they send me pictures all the time of them standing with Rick Scott or Ken Langone or Trump at these things. And he said the best money we ever spent. But both Jason and Anthony were known to be cheap Cubans. But they joined these clubs, and like they said, it's spot on. I mean, they've gotten business, they've gotten contracts, they've gotten connections. I don't think any of them have any they want to run for office. But I mean, it's great. It's just like you're using lawyers you can't afford, accountants you can't afford, and you might ask your accountants and lawyers, what are the clubs that belong to here in Miami or Cleveland or Toledo or wherever the fuck it is. But every city has something. Now this Forefront, I'm laughing, has the British Legion Club. It's the closest thing they have to a club. I just joined, so I shouldn't be laughing. $18 a year. It's for veterans, okay? $18 a year, and I'm planning on having the company Christmas party there, and probably save 3/4 of the budget that we would have spent. But I'm honored to be a member, but so don't take it that way. But $18 a year, I don't think I ever spent anything for $18 a year. 18 pounds, excuse me. Yes,
These
sir.
are gyms where people work out.
Yeah. The New York Athletic Club is a great social club, and it's got all the gym facilities that you'd ever want. And a lot of the clubs have ancillary clubs for tennis and for something else. And you're there. You're doing business. You're not there fucking around. And I know I drank too much on the 2 or 3 clubs that I belong to. And it's not that it's any cheaper. In fact, drinks can be more expensive. But when there's a couple great hotels in Washington D.C. Sally and I stay at, and you could be standing next to Vice President Pence when he was a vice president, standing at the bar, but Washington D.C. is different that way. All the other cities, although they may be very politically orientated, like Chicago, Washington, D.C. is the only place where you can be standing next to the Vice President or Secretary of State or some having a drink. And they talk to you. Especially young people. They're curious, are you politically orientated or whatever? Hey, young man, you thinking of going to Congress or whatever? So, and it's an interesting experience. And all politicians aren't stupid. Most are, but all aren't. And so you might learn something. Any other questions? Comments? Now, we don't give you feedback shit because I'm not interested in your opinion about the fucking seminar. So don't think when you go back to your room you're going to have papers to fill. I couldn't give a shit less. I know it works, and so we continue to tweak it. But well, then I'll see you tonight, and be careful when you put on your kilts, kids. And the ceremony's in there, but the dinner is in the castle at the formal table, which I don't think we've eaten at yet. And then my pontification after dinner, if you want to stay and listen, is in the drawing room where I sit for an hour or so and answer questions and hopefully get mesmerized from too much cognac. Okay, thank you very much. I've enjoyed it. I hope you have as well.